Welcome to the exciting world of photographic restoration. I do this because I get to meet some great people and hear some great stories, and that's happening more and more these days. I'm averaging 2 to 3 new restoration jobs a week. Some weeks it's more, but there's always a story. When somebody brings me an image, a deteriorated print, it's extremely valuable to me. Yesterday, a man brought me one, and he said he's the only one in his family that is concerned with history, and that his relatives had let this photo of one of their ancestors sit in a closet or something, and it was really badly damaged. But you could see it all over his face that this is important to me. Why isn't it important to my relatives? So everybody who brings me one, it's a cherished memory that they're trying to preserve. So it's the people and stories that energize me to push through the challenges, and they are challenging. I've got a couple right now that I'm working on that they're taking me a good while, and I'm not charging the full amount probably because, I should, and I do for some. But I sort of put a limit on it because I don't want to break the bank for people. And plus, they're probably not going to be able to, especially if they've got multiple things they're going to bring me, they're not going to be able to spend thousands of dollars on a restoration. Now, I've done plenty of restorations in the realm of 500, and that's pretty reasonable on the top one. Okay, so I feel you get to connect to and contribute to those stories. At first, I didn't quite get that. It was hearing the stories that was important to me. But then I realized as people would come and pick up their restoration, and the look on their face, and sometimes even the tear rolling down the cheek, tells me, I've become part of this story. Just like you, when you create a portrait, you are part of the story that portrait is. Today's cherished portrait will likely be tomorrow's restoration. Things happen. Sun breaks things down, floods come, moisture gets behind the glass and sticks the portrait to the glass, just all kinds of possibilities. Things don't last forever. So important, this photo is a photo, one of the few photos I have of my grandfather. And that photo I haven't restored. You can see there's a bit of a blemish running through the middle of it. The story behind him was he was working in the Lord Baltimore Hotel, running the cigar shop, the newsstand. And on his way to work when my mother was 16, he died of a heart attack on the streetcar. My mother used to work there with him a little bit, but never met him. And very little was around about him. And I've done a lot of genealogical work over the years to learn more about him and the other grandfather I had that I never met. And my dad basically never met him either. So how to get into this? While pursuing my master artist degree. Master artist degree is all things Photoshop. And I needed to improve my skills there to be a better photographer, and decided to move along and try some different things. I tried compositing. I tried digital painting. I still do both of those, but it was restoration work that really caught my eye. And partly because I've been researching genealogy for over 30 years, that the lack of photos for relatives that I'm researching, it's like, why aren't there any photos of these people? I'd like to know what that grandfather looked like. At least I have the one grandfather, so no photos of the other. I got hooked on the challenge. I'm that kind of a personality where I like to be precise. I like to stick with something and make it work and finish it. Now, I don't want to sit all day and do it. So I aim up and down and work a little bit, go do something else, work a little bit. So go shoot product photography and then come back and work on the computer. Competition, done that for over 10 years, probably 12 years, for feedback and growth. And that's just a regular pattern in my artistic life. And I need to know what I don't know. And competition is the best way to do that. I'm still learning. In fact, anybody familiar with Pixel Perfect or Pixel Imperfect or whatever the name of that is, and Unmesh Dinda? I'm working through some of his stuff right now and learning lots of neat things, that these little nooks and crannies of Photoshop that have been in front of me all along. I just never realized. Like in the move tool or in the crop tool, straighten. I'd never used that. Click on straighten when you're in the crop tool. Then you draw a line where you need it to be level, and it levels it. So, genius, but never knew that. Anyway, those kinds of things are kind of nerdy fun. At this point, in terms of competition and growth, I'm at 11 lone image excellence prints for restoration. I need to get 2 more to get to that level of the Image Excellence Award. And one thing I'll tell you is pursuing the artist degree really improves your photography. For me, knowing what I can do in post, especially with layered lighting, shapes how I set up commercial projects. It just opens up the possibility, so I know how to shoot to be able to post-process to then accomplish the project goal. So, goals for today. Work to develop comfort in using key restoration techniques, not everything, including these. Identify the kinds of damage needing restoration. We'll be looking at some originals and deciding what's wrong with these and what do I need to do to them. Just generically, what are we seeing that needs to be fixed and improved? Eliminating stains and discoloration. Adjusting tonal values. Correcting simple and complex damage through a number of tools, and building depth, texture, and detail back into a restoration or into an original. And then finally, sharpening key details. Hopefully we'll get through substantially all of that. If we don't get to everything, it's okay. One day is, there's only so much you can take in a day. And so there are a couple of, what we don't get to probably won't hurt anybody because we'll be all finished anyway. Right then we'll be burned out. I like to move at a pace that gives people a real good chance to get comfortable with what we do accomplish. And I'll say in a minute, I'll explain how we're going to do that process to try to make sure that you get what you need out of the things that they do cover. But in terms of tools and techniques under those objectives, it'll include, and you may not be able to see that in the first meeting, but adjustment layers, levels, hue saturation, curves. Those are 3 focal adjustment layers that we will experience today and hopefully gain a little comfort in. Use of the spot healing brush, that's not a big deal. That's probably something everybody uses if they use Photoshop. The paintbrush has some interesting options to it that I'm coming to appreciate more and more as I do restoration. Things that I used to do with other tools, I'm now using the paintbrush for because it's more powerful than I originally understood. Clone stamp, that's one of those tools that I had been using for many things that I'm using for less now. And I'll explain that when we get to it, why it is that one might be preferable to the other and under what circumstances. The history brush is a really powerful tool in different modes, and you'll experience some of that today. Those modes tend to be, for me, lighten and darken mode, and those modes across a number of tools. So I will use any of these tools, the paintbrush, clone stamp, history, well, not so much history brush, in lighten and darken mode. And we'll see how it works. And then history brushes in multiply and screen mode. That I will do for a lot of adding of depth and detail. And then finally, filters, both noise filters and high pass sharpen filters. I use those late in the process to sort of bring a little bit of realism into a restoration. Whereas, I think we've got this built in somewhere. I did my educational associate research on the judging of restoration and how the 12 elements of a merit print apply to that. And one of the things that that is fairly obvious when you're judging the restoration is if something looks cartoonish, it's not going to fly. A good restoration does not look like a cartoon unless it was that original. So having to bring things from a cartoonish flat mode to look realistic in texture and depth, that's a real challenge. And not many judges appreciate that challenge. They sort of, if they're not experienced with restoration, they may have the sense that something is easier than it really is. So if an original didn't have widespread extreme damage to the main subject, then it may be underestimated in judging. I'd invite you sometime when you're watching state and local judgings to pay attention to what judges say when they do talk about a restoration. I do because I learned from it. But it's interesting that the line seems to get drawn. Is there damage enough for me to think this required a lot of work? When something might have very little damage, but be so faded and out of focus that it requires incredible work and expertise to bring that back to life. And that came out in the research. One of the jurors, when we were wrestling over whether to call something an image excellence or not, made the statement, it may be extremely likely that the better the job, the less likely we're going to regard the work that went into it. In a number of words. I mean, that wasn't exactly what he said. I've forgotten how he said it, but his was more elegant than mine. But that was the point, that when you do a job well in restoration, people may not realize how much work you put into it. So the challenge in competition is for me to give them the little pieces they need to see to appreciate what was done. And so I'm learning that as well. Okay, back to these classes. And masking is the last sort of tool that we will use, and I use that extensively and to make things much more efficient as I work. Some disclaimers: I am not a Photoshop expert. I am not Unmesh Dinda. I wouldn't teach a full Photoshop class. It's restoration. So some restoration things, some restoration Photoshop skills. You've got others, and you may have better ways of doing things than I do, and that's awesome. Eventually I may learn what you're doing. And so I know what I've learned, and I share that with you. And feel free to take and use what works for you and discard what you can do better. There are certainly other, probably better ways to do what I do, and I'm discovering them every day. Growth is a process. I am full aware of that. We will not touch on everything I do on restoring a photo. We may not even get through everything I've planned. In fact, count on that. I've got at least 2 days worth of stuff ready to roll, and I'm hoping to expand that to a full week's class in the school sometime, because there's enough. In fact, there's so much to this, what I'm going to try to pack in today, that I'd love to expand this to a full week, move slower, and have people bring their own pieces. So when we get to application, they're shifting to their piece and they're applying every little piece that that I teach them to the work that they're doing. That would make it a whole lot of fun.
Sounds like our school.
Yep. Well, I've applied and I'm waiting. What matters is that you feel comfortable as we proceed. So I can't stress that too much. I don't want to go too fast. And if I go too slow for you, feel free to tune out and multitask. Okay, you will not offend me. And feel free to speak up. If something didn't make sense, you need it explained or described or demonstrated again, I am happy to do that. And I'll also be planning times when you're working on something that I've just taught, and I can come around and we can talk individually about it. Okay, so as I said here, that said, feel free to participate in this workshop in a way that works for your learning style. Okay, you do not have to be working on your computer and retouching or restoring things if that's not where you're comfortable today. Observe, ask questions, take notes if that's what works best for you to do. Or work along in Photoshop as we go, or you advanced folks, apply techniques to a restoration of your own while others work on provided images. I've provided a lot of images. Now, while I'm at that point, did everybody download the files? Do you have the files with you?
No.
Okay.
Oh, how do you do that?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You can, do you have USB or USB-C? Do you know what
I
file?
have that.
We have that. Okay, here, download them off of here. One of your computer.
You have a seat,
What's that?
you have a seat.
I do. Anybody else need files? Okay, well, a little bit later, we'll get into, I'll show you what's in those files and what we're going to do with them. But they're mostly on those are sample images that we'll be playing with and lots that we won't get to that you can play with when you leave.
Is that the phone you sent through? Oh, okay.
Yeah, there should be 2 folders and 1 file that came with that download or are in the USB. Okay. Okay. So apply techniques to a restoration of your own while others work on provided images, or if you feel like you really got it and you're ready to try a different one while we're all working on one thing, feel free to go grab another image out of one of the folders I provided and try it out on that. So just make the time your own as we go. Nope. Why didn't that show up before? That should have popped up before. Okay, our overall agenda. Just so you know the path we're going to take today, an introduction to restoration. We'll go into basic gear needed, and many of you already have that because you came prepared with it. A process overview, that is how I approach this, how I approach a restoration. Workshop and primary tools, one technique at a time. So we will just sort of work through and you'll see the map of where we're headed and why as we do that. And this is the format that I'm going to follow with every little learning module that we work with today. First, I'll explain it in a Photoshop context. Then I'll show you the technique while thinking out loud. And that's really important because to see it in progress, see it being applied, and hear the thinking that goes on with it is really important to know why you do it and how as well. And then practice on the same image, working side by side. So I'll shift from showing to letting you work side by side on the same image with me as I work on it up here, so that if you hit a snag, you can sort of put the hand up, I can come help. And in that section is where it'll be as much one-on-one as you need me to be, while everybody else is working on applying it for themselves. And then on some of these, there's enough involved in learning it that I'm going to have you go to a new image and apply it again. And that will be a bit of a cumulative thing. So as we get into a couple of techniques down the line, what I'll ask you to do is let's say the first 3 things that I taught you, do all of those and the one that we're focused on now, because that's pretty much the way you're going to have to do it if you're doing a restoration, because the things we start with are things that I always start with. And if I don't need to start with them, well, hey, I'll know that right away. And I think you will too. And then at the end of that loop, we will debrief what you did, any questions that came up. Those of you who are on Zoom, it's at this stage in each of the techniques that it would probably be best for you to send your questions in. But important if when we're applying, you have a question because you're stuck, feel free to ask it. And they'll send that question to me and in the room as well. If anything is unclear, speak up because I don't want you to get stuck. That won't serve anybody. Okay. Any questions at this point? That's sort of the advanced organizer for what we're going to do. All right, so let's start with that first thing, intro to photo restoration. What's the target? If you check in the dictionary, here's what you'll find. To bring back to or put back into a former or original state. The house behind me got hit by a tree 2 days before Christmas this past year. And ever since, that house has been in restoration mode. Owners have had to move out, rent another property, and just today I saw furniture being moved back in. So that's how long it took that restoration, but that's putting it back into a former or original state. And that's what we're doing here. Unfortunately, with a photo, we don't always know fully what that original state may have been. And we might have to make some educated guesses about what is damaged or missing. That's where some of the creativity might come in. We'll talk about that as we go. So it's restore, not reinterpret. Remain as true to the original as possible. And that's extremely important, especially if you're going to enter things in competition. If it looks, judges get real nitpicky on that. Well, that eye looks just a little bit bigger than it was in the original. Or, and even if you couldn't really tell in the original, if they think it looked bigger than it was in the original. So I run my images through a lot of competitions, get a lot of critiques, and try to learn from others what I'm not seeing yet on my own work. Where details are lost, extrapolate from what remains or from historical equivalence. And that's important. So there are times when I've got a seated portrait from the late 1800s and there's an odd looking chair there and half of it's missing. I've got to go looking for photographs of similar chairs from that time period. Thank goodness for Google Images and online searches, because there are so many things out there that you could find. It might take you hours to find it, but you'll probably get close enough to then go ahead and restore it in a way that has that's authentic and yet believable as well. Those are two things that are kind of important. By the way, this particular photo, some of you have been on shorter workshops I've done, but this is a photograph that Danny Douglas gave me of his mother's 9th grade class. It had been folded 7 times and there were creases. Are you seeing my pointer? No pointer. That bottom image, you can't really see much about it, but that's got all kinds of, this doesn't look on the screen. Bottom image has 7 creases running through faces. And that was a bit of a challenge. Okay, so before I get too far into this, I've hinted at a sort of distinctiveness about restoration, that restoration is very different from other kinds of artist entries in competition. So I want to say a little bit about that difference because it's critical. So art versus restoration, this Venn diagram sort of shows the two overlapping, and in some ways they do overlap. They involve Photoshop, they involve manipulating pixels, if you will, but that may be where much of the similarity ends. So first, art, think of that as a creative activity. Restoration is more of a technical one. I shouldn't get creative on the components of the image other than the way in which I bring them back to what they should look like. The creative pursuit is entirely the opposite. Another way of thinking of it is in the sort of school world, we think of a divergent process versus a convergent process. A convergent process takes things that are apart and pulls them together. So you're going from all these elements to what must have been in that original photograph. In a divergent process, you start at a center point, at an idea, and you branch off to broader ideas or different ideas. So it's entirely the opposite way of thinking. Here I'm trying to rein this in restoration and make it look right. There's no such thing as right when we're talking about art. So in an artistic process, we are branching out, and we're doing so in ways that involve richness. And some of these other things will sort of help to explain that. Art is primarily a right brain activity. we suspend a little bit of the analytical, technical side in art. I got into college and was an English major and started as a writer of poetry. And the creative process was really important to me as a writer. And I realized that some of my favorite writers wrote about the creative process, and they talked about the many layers of meaning, how one thing sparks all kinds of other images and associations. And that's a right brain activity. Your mind making connections, just along those lines. It can, your brain does that also when in learning. I have many times in restoration hit a wall with a project and had to put it down. But it formed a question in my mind: how do I deal with that? How do I solve it? And right brain in the middle of the night wakes me up and says, "Try that." You know, it's like, whoa, where'd that come from? God, I know you're there, but I didn't know you knew Photoshop. So restoration is a left brain kind of activity. It's problem solving. Now there's creativity in the way I solve my problems, and there's a lot of skill in solving of the problems, but it is primarily a left brain problem solving activity that applies technique. So another way of saying this is art is suggestive and poetic, whereas restoration is realistic and photographic. Okay, it's sort of, it's one thing. In art, it's many things. And one of my favorite ways of saying that is this: art values ambiguity and richness. Now, ambiguity has sort of warped into a meaning that it didn't originally have. Ambiguity is not lack of clarity. Ambiguity is richness of layers of meaning. There's a positive side to ambiguity. So when you create something artistic, what makes it extremely provocative or evocative is that you see one thing, but then it makes you think of all kinds of other things, or it makes you think of an idea over here. A powerful image in a poem or a metaphor connects you to other worlds and other things that can be thought and other questions about living. That's art. Restoration here is not trying to do that. It's trying to awe you by, oh, somebody did this? You know, in fact, the other thing I connect to this is art has style. You think about it. When I see a Paul Biederman piece of work, I have a tendency to say, well, I bet that's Paul Biederman. Or when I see a Richard Sturdivant, I bet that's Richard Sturdivant, or Ben Shirk, or what's her name? Yeah, Kathy Weirda. What's the gal who just got her?
Shannon Squire too.
Her as well. This is the gal that has won with very high key portrait images. Not Kathy, but
Kimberly Smith.
Kimberly Smith. That's the one. So you see that style, and it brings up, okay, I recognize the signature style of these individuals. If that were to be the case in a restoration, except for saying, I mean, I'd be honored if somebody said, oh, that's probably a Chris Paulis. I don't want it to be because of this, for the same reasons that all of those other people tend to come up in your mind when you see them. For me, it would have to be, this is well done. Maybe this is Chris Paulis. That's the only stylistic kind of thing that should apply in restoration. Otherwise, you are inserting yourself into a place you don't belong. As a restoration artist, you are getting out of the way and you're bringing out what was and moving yourself into the background or sideline. That makes sense? Okay. All right, now I've talked enough. What I'd like to do is let you see a sort of rapid fire time-lapse version of one restoration that I've done. And it's going to reflect a little bit of what we're going to be doing today, but you'll notice as I watch this still, I realize as I watch it, I can't really tell that it's being changed until the very end when I put them side by side. It's just so gradual that it almost feels as if nothing is really happening. So let me let you have a look at it and just take it in. I think it's running. Yep, there it is. There is sound with this, but I take it we're not playing sound. So. It's not voice, so it doesn't matter. Play that back here, so kind of contrasting, but I can see it better there than I can on my own screen because it's so tiny. So this just gives you a sense of some of the things that I find I have to do as I'm working through many restorations. You notice how many steps were taken to add texture. And often you don't even perceive the texture, it's there, but it is more realism than what would draw your attention. Okay,
Okay,
so, yeah,
how many layers in that box?
many.
Okay,
Yeah, I will probably go through multiple versions and many layers in each version. So I'll get to a level where I look at the size of the file in the bottom left and I realize, okay, I'm at a stage where I need to save this, open it as a new version and flatten it.
okay.
So then I've got computing power again. And
Yes.
yeah. Good question. Good question. So the title of that one was, so here you can see it side by side. See what I mean about the original and the finished version, that when you see them side by side, it's quite a difference. And you can see some of the kind of damage that needed to be repaired. And it's not just damage. I mean, in this one, you can see that the focus has gone down. Things need to be sharpened. All kinds of, okay. So,
Do you
yeah.
think it was originally a sepia image? Do you
What's
think it originally was sepia?
I think so. I have a real love for sepia just because it feels old to me. And so what I'll usually do, if I can't tell, I'll ask the client. I'd say to them, hey, I think this would look really good as a sepia image. But if you would like it just to be pure black and white, we can do that. But just to bring back that sort of vintage feel, I like to do sepia when I can. So, by the way, everything we're going to look at today is monochromatic. We're not going to get into color at all. I've done some color work. I haven't done a lot. That's one of those areas I'm really learning, especially to recreate color or to colorize a face. Skin has all kinds of different pigments in it. And it's a real high-level skill, I think, to know where to put different colors to really make that skin look real. I'm not there yet. So most of what people bring in anyway is black and white. I get some color things, but usually the color is close enough that I've got to just do some color grading and some improvement. You might, I wonder if we can move her down here in some way, because she's not going to be able to see well from back there. We can't. You have a seat here. Yeah. Okay, great. I'm worried about the back table as it is when we get into some things that I'm hoping they'll be able to see one another. Yeah, there's already a chair here, so and then you can just throw the wire over the edge of the table and I'll plug it in. So what we're going to do next in the next portion is we're going to walk through a number of originals. And we're going to talk about what we see in those originals. And I'm going to ask you to just sort of toss out, what do you see that's damaged or that needs to be improved in order to restore the photograph to what it must have been like originally, must in quotations as well. Okay. So this one, and I'm going to give you first, there's the original as it came to me. And then here's an enlargement of the screen itself. Now, Hugh, I may need to get up and move up to that because I want to be able to point to things.
Okay.
But just a little tip off. So, if you can see well enough from where you are, what's something that you see that would need to be fixed or improved?
The red,
I thought I saw a hand here. No,
the red.
Laura, the red, yeah. And no answer is a dumb answer here, okay? Whatever you see, the rip is clearly something important that needs to be dealt with. These need to be put back together without a sign that they were ever apart. Okay, what else?
Water stain,
But
water staining at the bottom.
here,
Yeah.
okay, notice that that's gone here. This looks like a water stain. This might be a water stain, who knows, but you know, what this probably is a stain from being in frame.
Oh, yes.
The wood discoloration. Okay, good, yeah,
Is that a signature?
yes. So see the writing? There's a little bit of writing here, and then this is coming and this says family.
Is that what it's, so would you?
When I pulled it together and did a little work on it, I could tell what it said. But I needed to restore that. Now, there's an issue. If there's writing on a photograph, do you restore the writing? I say yes and no. In this case, yes, because the handwriting is his handwriting, and it said, "To my family, Ray." You know, so this was he's an important part of that picture, and his words are too. Good.
When you start, do you normally scan or do you photograph or both?
We're gonna get to that, but I have to assess which way is gonna get me the best digital original. I've done all. What other things are wrong here?
All
Need to be
the rest of
improved.
the white spots have to be taken care of.
Okay, these white spots, these are actually other rips,
Stuff, the glass or something, probably.
some dust in the glass, yeah. And you see some markings up here on his face. Over in here. What else?
One eye is more faded than the other.
Okay. Mhm. All right, here's something that I like to tell people to do. In your mind's histogram, what do you see?
Right on the right side.
There's a whole lot of peaking on the right side of the histogram because of light tones.
Right.
Dark tones right there only, but it's not an equal, it's not a pretty distribution, is it? Okay, now what else goes along with that? Super bright and faded out. Contrast is bad. And in a lot of places, so is sharpness. This has buzzed out, for lack of a better term. If you were to look at this, you can see this is like a cable knit sweater. And that needs to be restored. Okay?
There's no
Look
real
at the lack of
texture.
detail in his tie. Look at how this might be the depth of field, the shallow depth of field. So I may not want to bring that all the way back. Because that's probably out of focus behind the plane of focus of his face.
There's no real texture in his face.
Right.
So,
Yep, his face is so blown out, and but there's not a lot I need to fix in that area. All the fixings down here, a little bit up here, but I need to deal with that. Good. So this is one of those images where it may not look like there's enough damage for it to merit. In fact, the first time I entered the competition, it didn't, because they felt there wasn't enough damage. And it did end up getting mirrored in IPC.
Would you keep the purity of a brain image, like it's from film, the brain in the image, would you keep the purity of that grain?
If there is grain, then I want to make sure there's grain in the end. Yeah. Mhm. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure will. And that might help with the Zoom crowd as well. Anything that we didn't refer to that you want me to back up and bring up? Okay. All right. So yeah, here's the before and after on that one. And for the lettering, I felt I got really close to what that original looked like. Once I got it reassembled and improved the contrast in the image, I could tell what it said. So what I did was created a flat, empty layer on top and traced it, the handwriting, until I was happy with it. And then I merged again. And there's one of the reasons we use multiple layers. So if you make a mistake, toss the layer out, try it again. Okay? All right, next one. This is entitled Charles and Agnes, 1941.
Going back to the other image,
Sure.
how did you know like how dark to make his hair? To me, his hair looks darker than I would have thought it was in the original.
Well, and it looks darker up here than it actually is. This
Okay.
screen is creating higher contrast than the original.
Yeah, I see what I mean.
Well, actually, it was really not right. Yeah, his hair was dark hair, and part of that is talking to the person who brought it to me. And yeah, I'm not sure how to explain it. It doesn't really look that dark. It's going to look darker to you up here. But you can, let me just say a word about one of the things I didn't know how to do then. If you were able to see this, you'd see that this cable knit goes in straight diagonal lines
Texture.
instead of contouring to the body. If I were doing this today, I'd know how to deal with that and make that contour to the body so that it looks more realistic. No sweater is going to look straight vertical or diagonal down the side of the chest and over a shoulder. And that was one reason I think it didn't get alone. And I was good with that. I realized, oh, live and learn. Okay, so Charles and Agnes. What do you see on this one? Who hasn't spoken yet that would get us kicked off on this?
Yes, the damage at the bottom, it's kind of obliterated.
Okay, the bottom is obliterated, she said. Yes, so if you look at that, look at this mess. You know, when this photo was brought to me, I thought, oh my goodness, what am I going to do with that? That's one of those things if what you see is what you get, I don't have much in the bottom. There's plenty up here. Okay, so that's one issue. What's another issue? What about it?
It's completely gone.
Okay, blown out. Now, it's more blown out here. It is also maxed out on my screen and in the original. Why do you think that is? Hmm?
The film.
Paul's sort of mouthing it back there. My take on this was, it's the photographer's fault. The flash has not been flagged, and it's bouncing off that white wall, coming camera left. And that's the direction of the light on the subjects. So the challenge for me is, do I correct that, or do I leave it pretty much the way it was photographed, but try to bring out some detail? That's what I chose to do, because I feel like I'm being called to be true to the original, and correcting the photographer's work is not really my calling here, nor is it my right. What else is, think histogram now. What's the histogram look like on this one?
But real black stuff, there's no detail in his coat and trousers.
So an old television show, Twin Peaks, right? We got a peak on the right, a peak on the left, darks and lights, and not a whole lot in the middle. By the way, there's more detail to them than you can see. This seems to sort of smooth things out a little more than they should be, but detail's not bad on them and their faces. Now, this one has an interesting story to it, which we'll say something about a little bit later. And this goes to the question that Jay asked earlier: how do I create my digital original? Well, my first go-to is, if I see all detail, I'm probably going to scan it if it's small enough. But if it's a 30 by 40 family portrait, which I have sitting in my basement right now that I just finished at White House Custom Color, I'm probably not going to scan that thing. Because how are you going to scan something that big unless you're just taking little snapshots? You know, sometimes, like one of the projects I just finished working on, I did it in 6 scans, moving the piece around and getting those that I could assemble in Photoshop. But the 30 by 40 I photographed. And so photographing it and lighting it to photograph it become really important. This one was neither of those, or both. This one, for some reason, it occurred to me, I was never a film photographer. So I'm not that cognizant in that, other than what I had to cram into my head for my CPP 10 years ago. I decided to put this on a light tape and see what that would do. And when I did that, I saw there's detail in this photo that silver oxidation is obscuring. And so I needed to be able to get a digital original out of it, minimizing the silver. So I photographed it by lighting it from behind and lighting it from the front, and then bringing those together. And in that lighting, I also would double polarize. I'd polarize the lights, I'd polarize the lens, so I'd get absolutely no reflection off that silver on the front. And you'd be amazed. So let me show you what that came out to. Whoops, I should go back here and let you see that. Here we go. So here, by the way, this little slider. This slider is the way I present things on my restoration website, so that people can interact with it. They can grab that and slide it back and forth and look at the difference between the original and the final image. And then here it is side by side. So if you can, you can see it in this screen really well. Look at the floor.
Yeah, you have texture before.
I mean, you can see every plank. You can see the planks around this hearth. You can see the shape of those going around it. You can see texture in the tile on the hearth, and so much more. And you could see his pants, you could see his shoes. Now, they weren't great, but I could see them enough to now fix them and bring them up and improve on some of the values of the tones in the image. And by the way, yeah, that still doesn't look great contrast wise, and the whites are way brighter than they should be. But yeah, that one merits it too. But that client thought I was a magician. Yeah, right. Wow, where'd you get that?
I mean, they were willing to pay.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't overcharge, and my fee structure is published on the website so people can see it. And it's based on a tier system, tiers 1, 2, and 3. And you'll see this later, but let me just quickly say it, that tier 1 requires almost nothing. I could do it in Lightroom. Tier 2 requires very little, probably just a spot healing brush in Photoshop, and very little time. So tier 1 and tier 2, I can do in under half an hour. So those are two different charges. Tier 1 is one charge, tier 2 goes up from there. Tier 3 is anything that requires more than that and up to an hour's work or more. So I charge a flat rate for that tier 3 with also a line on the estimate of extra hours at $80 an hour. So I get there, I tell them, I think this is going to take me 3 hours. Are you good with that? And usually they say yes. Sometimes they say, oh boy, I didn't know it was going to cost me money. It's like, I know, yeah. Yeah, it's going to cost money. It costs me time. And it cost me a whole lot more to get to where I could do it in less time. So good. Okay, so that's that. So that's how I price mine, and I can confidently say I undercharge all the time. I love doing the work. I love seeing their faces when they get it. I need to make enough that I feel like my work is valued and my time is well spent. But I don't have to make a killing. I make better money doing commercial photography and product photography. So this is where I occupy my time when I'm not doing those things. Okay, so this one, did we jump through that one? No. Yeah, this one's just an FYI. So what do you see in this? You can see the before and after in this. Again, way too contrasty and way too, it smushes things on these screens for some reason. Okay, start with the histogram in the original. Where's the histogram? Describe it. Who hasn't spoken yet? We call on somebody.
Mhm.
Where's this? I don't want to put you on the spot on a history question.
Around the Highlands.
Yeah.
Not
Super
not much. in the
big
shadows.
peak on that far right. Big peak.
A little bit of the shadows, mainly around
Mhm.
her right shoulder.
You've got a dark peak from that background, and a little bit from the hair. But look at that face. I mean, there's hardly anything there. It's so smooched out and faded and loss of all definition. And this one was this is a 22-inch portrait under domed glass. And that was fun. There's a matching one of the husband that I did as well. Okay, so,
Do they usually put it back like in the same sort of frame and like they put normally?
we printed it to be the same size and shape, yes. And I think they put it back under the domes, if I remember right. It was a guy I reconnected with from high school, his wife's parents. Okay, so our last one to look at is this one. And I'll let you see the full thing and then a bit of a blow up, bit of a zoom in on it. Comments? Your analysis? That's a mess. That's a very analytical term you use. It's a hot mess, even, right?
I know you had a ball in that.
Exactly.
When you get into these older, more papery, like prints. Mold.
That was my guess too.
Yeah.
That we had a whole lot of mold spots there, that were bunching up pigment and whitening out pigment and so on. Okay, what else would you describe about this that needs to be improved? So I clean up those spots. What else do I need to do? For this to get back to what you think it might have looked like originally.
Yeah, it needs some bottom end in it.
What's that?
It needs bottom in it, shadows in it.
Yep, shadowing. Mhm.
Well, baby, obviously. All right,
What about it?
well, she's very light,
Mhm.
some of these brought out.
Okay, so what you're pointing at here is the range of tones,
Yeah.
right? We've got, again, a histogram that seems to be in one place and needs to be spread out. So I need to bring back depth in this image by adding shadows primarily and preserving some highlights so that we get a more natural look to it. And definition needs to be improved. So if you look at in the large version, look at the boys' jackets. They're all wearing the same jacket, which is very helpful to me because I can at least see one of those jackets and what it should look like. Especially by the time I improve contrast, bring up detail from each of the color channels, I'm going to see more than we see now. And that's one of the most important things I've learned in doing restoration work. Those are my early steps because it'll reveal things that I can then work from. So all those little blotches I've got to remove, but then I've got to reinstate the jackets, the texture in the jackets, the sort of contouring in the jackets. So all those things are important. Background's a mess too. You can see there are all kinds of scratches and things on that background. Fortunately, that's a nice sort of nondescript background. I can be artsy there. That's a place where you can be a little arty creative. And I used to do a lot of drawing of trees in my youth, and so that was kind of fun to draw the trees again. And then at the very bottom, look at all of that stuff. I've got to clean up the bottom of the card where the words are and make that look like it should have looked originally. The one thing I didn't do, and this came out, this image, by the way, this only made it into the showcase collection, did not go alone. I was infuriated.
All that work.
And by the way, this was the image that I had jurors and artists talking about in my research project. They didn't know it was mine, but they were in the task they were given in a Zoom forum was to decide how they would score this. And at this point, it was not merit, and image excellence, and then justify that. Talk about it. And they really went round and round. All the jurors wanted to give it only a merit, except for one. And that's where he made that comment that I sort of referenced earlier about the work may have been done so exquisitely well, that was his word, that we don't realize how hard it was. I mean, they were picking apart everything in this image. How on earth could that still be there? Where'd that come from? Well, it came from the picture. I can then comments like, oh, well, there's more work that could be done here, and therefore we can't call it image excellence. That's a very common perspective from a juror judging a restoration. If it's not perfect, we can't call it image excellence. I don't think that's fair. And I see it on all kinds of people's restorations. It's hard to get to merit. It's even harder to get to image excellence. Though some panels, 1 year, almost everything in IPC that went to merit went to image excellence. It's like there was no differentiation between them. It's like, whoa, why? Okay, so by the way, it looks a whole lot better than that dark and light originally. Sometime on a break, come up here and let me show you what these really look like. Because that screen's not doing the
Like
justice.
you cheated though.
What's
It looks
that?
like- It does, I have to say, it does look like you cheated, like you actually had that.
One of the jurors made that comment. She said, well, you know, when I look at something like this, I have to wonder if the person didn't do it backward. You know, start with a good photo and then mess it up. No. Damn it, no. Or whatever, you know? Yeah, there was a whole lot of blood, sweat, and tears that went into that one. Many hours of work on that. I learned a lot of things doing that restoration. Solved a lot of problems. Okay, we had a couple of questions that came through Zoom that we're going to surface an answer first.
All right, so the first one was talking about the restoration competition.
Mhm. Okay, so yeah, restoration in competition. IBC no longer allows restorations to be entered. They did that by another rule change that they implemented, which was that every element in an entry had to have been photographed by the entrant. And since a restoration, that's never going to be the case. I'm not restoring my own images unless I'm very, very old or treated them very badly. So we can't enter there. So that leaves ASP's images of distinction as a good sort of endpoint for a restoration in competition, and all state competitions where those are allowed. Now, my fear and images of distinction ASP almost dropped restoration this year because of PPA dropping it and because not enough people are entering it. So they told me about that and they said, can you help us? I said, yeah, I'll be happy to reach out and market and try to increase the number of entries in the restoration category. And I see their point, because I think probably over the last 3 years of images of distinction, Debbie Turner from South Carolina and I have won all the awards because we're probably the only ones who submitted.
So after this class, we all have to submit one?
That would be nice.
We gotta rub out Debbie.
Put them in, put them in state competition for one thing, because you want to get good at this. And that's the best way to do it. Put it in various state competitions. I enter them all over the place. Texas, I'm a member of Pennsylvania, I enter there. And if I see a competition coming up that's sort of right in where I'm figuring I'm going to be done a draft of a restoration, I'll enter it there. And if I really care, I'm going to order a critique. Now, I'm doing that more now because it's higher stakes for me. I want to be able to get the Image Excellence Award, and I need the 2 more for that. But the way merit image review goes now, you don't have the option of saying, if this doesn't go Image Excellence, please don't regard it. You know, I'd like to have the option to enter for Image Excellence only. But now if I enter it and they do what they always do, they either don't give it a merit or they'll give it a merit when it should get an Image Excellence, in my humble opinion. when I hope for image excellence, and that's dead, it's done. I can't redo it and resubmit it. So I'm being very careful to get ready before I submit any restoration to merit image review. I have to feel that it's got its best, it's had its best shot. And I've had eyes on it, I've had input, I've revised it. It's the best I'm going to do with that one, and I put it in. Okay, so I'm moving pretty slowly at putting things into merit image review for that reason. I don't need merits. I need image excellence.
So you're saying for merit image review, you can only enter an image once?
If it merits, you're done.
I see.
You can keep entering it until it merits.
Then you have to go to the
In
high.
fact, I've had a couple I've entered twice now, and then I've decided I've got to hold off. I
Or you
can't
can
take
enter in
something.
different states.
What's
You
that?
can enter in different states.
Oh, yeah, that's very different. Enter in different states,
You can't enter the
listen
same-
to the streaming, and if you're in printcompetition.com, a premium member, then anything that gets challenged gets recorded, and you'll hear the recording. Those are gold to me. Challenges are so much more worthwhile to me than a single juror critique. Because that's one person's opinion. But when they're in a challenge, they're arguing with each other. I had one that went through Pennsylvania. Yeah, I guess Pennsylvania. Yeah, Pennsylvania's last competition. And it got an automatic challenge on a basis that I almost have never seen. And that is a juror scored more than 10 points beyond the average or below the average. So this one, it scored 83, but one juror gave it a 96
Whoa,
Wow.
and another juror gave it a 78.
whoa.
That's how it goes in restoration.
Oh, my God.
And when they challenged and talked, I heard some very valuable things. And I had also ordered the critique. So when the person who gave the critique, which happened to be the person that gave it to 78, I really heard what the undercurrent would be. What is making jurors a little jittery? One thing that I'm realizing is often jurors don't realize the texture I put back into something is not pixelization. They think there's noise I needed to get rid of when it's really texture, skin texture, texture in clothing, that they think that and don't realize this is a strategic choice I made. That blows my mind. Anyway, so that's the first question. Enter.
So the second question was about the slider that you have in your presentation that shows the before and after. Is that a plug-in part of the presentation?
So that is I use Rapid Weaver for Mac for all of my websites. And that is one, I guess it's a plugin, but it's one tool. It's a stack, it's called, that can be used in Rapid Weaver. But I think there are probably similar things in other developer programs that just hunt them down, find them. It's tremendously powerful for this kind of a thing. Interactivity and before and after looks. Any other questions before we move on? None from the Zoom gallery? Okay, let's talk just a second about gear. And this sort of came to you all anyway, by way of advanced information. Flatbed scanner, I use a consumer grade Epson 600 scanner. It's all I need. I will adjust the scans based on the size of the original and the size intended for the final image. So I might be scanning, if it's a 1-to-1 ratio, I'm scanning at 300 PPI. If it's going to be upsized, I'm scanning at 600 or higher. So I've got more and more information in the file to begin with. But anymore, things like Topaz Gigapixel do great jobs at enlarging without creating noise or other artifacts. So, but flatbed scanner, cheap. For photographing, remember I mentioned I'll scan when I can. Often I will photograph, especially if it's something large. Polarizing gels and a circular polarizer for photographing. So I gel my lights And I use a circular polarizer then to dial in the amount of reflection that's going to be removed. If you've got something that's sort of a canvas that you're photographing, that can be problematic if there are any reflections in that canvas. You're going to have canvas green, you're going to have little specks of light all over the image unless you polarize them out. Polarizers are invaluable for everything you do, both commercial and restoration. A light table or a hack. For the longest time I used, I did a lot of stained glass work, and I had this, what's called a Morton system. It's a white lucite grid. It's flat on one side, but it has a grid on the other, so you can cut glass and the particles fall down in these little spaces. So I flipped that over, put it on a table, built a little table for it, and put lights under it. And it worked great. Now I've got this cool little LED light table that does a great job. And if I need it, I will hold it up to a pretty high intensity light, like that one I showed you that proved to have data behind the oxidation. So light tables come in handy. Photoshop, Wacom tablet, and Pro pen. Now, what I've got with me today is not the Pro pen, I don't think, I forget. No, it is the Pro pen. The Art pen is better because the Art pen allows for all kinds of other customizations, such as tip pressure. That you can define the strength of a line by tip pressure, or the amount of transfer by tip pressure. Okay, this one doesn't, I don't believe, but I don't need it for today. This is my carry around pen. This is a Wacom tablet. For travel, this is the one I use. This is a small one. I see, is yours the large or the medium?
Yeah, it's the Lord.
I use the medium on my desktop. And I've got a little tray table that comes down here. Yeah, and so that I would encourage you to use an Intuos one. I'm not sure that one has the same kind of features that an Intuos has, like the customizable keys and the circular, because I customize those and I have settings that I make those to, so I know exactly. You know, top button is going to be duplicate layer. Next one down is going to be select the spot healing brush. The fourth one down on that top layer of my medium tablet is create a new layer from everything below, which I do a lot of as I'm working doing this. I forget what the third one is. I guess I need to change that since I'm using it. Okay, so that's it on gear stuff. Any questions around that? That's all pretty simplistic, easy stuff and not very expensive. The Intuos tablets are very affordable. Carol Davis uses a Cintiq, which I'm incredibly envious of. Right, Carol? She showed it to me. You know, she didn't exactly go like this, but it was implied. Yeah,
So
Jamie.
Chris, what is polarizing gels on the lights do?
Okay, so the circular polarizer takes light that's coming at a certain angle and it filters it out.
Yeah.
So glare on your windshield, your polarized lenses do. But what happens when you polarize the light to begin with is polarizer basically is like this. The light goes through and it's like it filters it. Well, if your circular polarizer is like this, the light came through like that, it's like this. There's really no polarization going on. But as soon as you do this, it knocks down all of the light without removing the brightness. It takes off all reflection, which is amazing. So I use it a lot in product photography when I'm photographing reflective objects. I photograph Schmidt Baking Company's breads in the wrappers, and they don't want to see any glare off the plastic. That's the only way I can do it. Any other questions? All right, so let's move into now the restoration process. I mentioned this earlier. I call them, these are levels on my website. It says tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. It's easier for this class to be just thinking level 1, level 2, level 3. So level 1, create the digital original and correct exposure, contrast, and color balance in the digital, in that first level. That's all I do for that tier 1. And that one, yeah, I shouldn't say prices. That's supposed to be price fixing if I tell you what I charge. But you can go to my website and find it. But I'm not going to tell you. So that's all this one required, basically. If you look at it, you'll see the stains up in her hair? There's some orange stains, whereas everything else is a different color. There's spots all over the place. There's some other little dusty kinds of things that could take this to be tier 2, but this took absolutely no work to get this done. And so this one is a tier for a level 1. Level 2 goes beyond that to be just builds on what level, or level 2 builds on level 1. So all the things that are in level 1 are also level 2, but a little more. So here's the before and after on that one. So one of the things we will learn today is how to remove stains without killing yourself. That was one of those 3 a.m. revelations by the right brain. So you can see a lot of cleaning up went into this, mainly noise reduction and quick removal of tiny dust spots and specks, but the stain and some contrast improved. I mean, this is exposure contrast and a shift of the color to make it where I wanted it to be. Okay. Level 2. So in addition to level 1, this could include spots, creases in non-critical areas, and removal of dust and scratches. We will probably not get to that today because it's sort of way down the line. But this photograph is sort of borderline 2 to 3. This one, most of the work that was done on this could be done with the spot healing brush. Okay, or the spot healing tool and stuff. That you could just run down those creases and fix them. I don't have to go back in and rebuild anything unless the spot healing tool messes up. If it does mess up, I usually back up and find a better way to do it. Okay, and we'll talk about some of those better ways later. What do you do when the spot healing brush makes things different or worse, but it doesn't make it right? How do you deal with that? That's an important thing to be sort of having your bank of tools. So here's the before and after on that one. And again, you're seeing way too much contrast in this. Brights are way too bright, the darks are way too dark. Compared to the original. But you can see that there really wasn't much needed in this one. I would never take this. Actually, maybe I did. This might have merited in competition at IPC when I thought, they're not going to go for that. When they wouldn't even give things that took me 5 and 6 hours and were, stop it, Chris. So most of the work at this level can be done with the healing brush, spot healing brush. If that's the case, it's probably level 2. So level 1, I could probably do everything in Lightroom, especially now that Lightroom has some great masking tools. Take it to Photoshop, it's automatically going to be level 2 or higher because I've got to use other tools. And then level 3, this one, you guessed it, that one is definitely level 3. I spent many, many hours on that. This is severe damage repair, rips, water damage, patchy damage caused by sunlight, mold, and other factors, chemical degradation in the surface of the print, loss of texture and detail. All of those things are severe damage, whether they're recognized or not. It's not just rips and tears that are damage. All of these things require particular techniques and expertise.
So it could be one or all of them.
Could be all of them. Yep. I mean, they're going to require me to use multiple Photoshop tools on various levels to bring this back. And that means it's going to take me longer than a half an hour, basically. Now, fortunately, I'm getting faster at some things. But the really hard projects, they take time.
So tier 1 and tier 2 are like half-hour jobs or
Half hour for tier 1, maybe less. Tier 2, probably a half an hour. Tier 3, at least 1 hour. Usually more. Now, I rarely get a job come into me that is tier 1. Very few that come in at tier 2, almost all at tier 3. That's kind of nice because, I mean, they know it's very badly damaged. They can't take it to Walmart or wherever and get it fixed. And so they're willing to invest. Okay, so let's start in on some of these steps. I'll talk you through some things before we then get to actual techniques. So step one was create the digital original. And there's our friend, the oxidized print. Close examination and print type is really important. So first thing I do, and this is before I even take the job, or certainly before I let the client walk away, I've got to examine that print and figure out what it's going to take. I've got to figure out whether I'm going to have to scan it, photograph it, maybe do a combination of both. Light it from behind, which is what I did on this one. Or try HDR with varied exposures and backlit versions. I think I did a little HDR on this one too. That is multiple exposures that I could then either HDR to bring together or put on different layers and paint in what was good from each exposure. So we talked about this one, that the backlighting brought out much more detail. Okay, so now we're ready to head into a little bit of the modules and the real roll up your sleeves kind of stuff. So to get ready, let's talk a little bit about what you have in your download. And I'm going to walk you through a couple of things to sort of be set up to be ready to work in Photoshop sort of alongside me. So what you see on the left here, or on the screen, is what you should have downloaded. Would you compare that? Now, some of you came in later. Do you have these files? Did you download them? If you didn't, I've got some USB keys that you can download them from. Anybody need them? Yeah, so yeah, send those keys back up, would you? We've got them up here. Nobody needs files? Okay, cool. Anyway, that's what you should have seen when you downloaded it. 2 folders and 1 file for Photoshop setup. And in the Photoshop or PS mixer brush is 1 brush. I'd like you to add that to your Photoshop. You can do that one of multiple ways. Usually the easiest is double click on the file if you're on a Mac, or whatever it is you do in comparable with that in a PC. You double click it in a Mac, it gets installed in your brushes in Photoshop. The other way to do it is if you have Photoshop open, then open your brushes panel. You will have to, and then the lines up in the upper right-hand corner, I'm not looking at it, but like 3 lines. If you click on that, a menu drops, and one of the options is import brushes. Select that, and then go find the file and edit. Okay, so at this point, let me ask, does anybody need a minute to do that? It doesn't like my brush. That's interesting. Weird. Anybody else get it to work? No problems for you? You got it. Okay. Huh. That's
I have Photoshop 23.
I do too. Is yours an older Photoshop? You think that's surprising though? It's an AVR file. So. I had that for some other brushes. Huh. So it might be a machine problem, huh? You know, not sure. Well, it's not going to kill you. That one is one that I just sort of made up real quick. When the time comes when we're using a smoother, we can probably help you create one. Yeah. Anyway, it's a mixer brush, and it's a blending mixer brush. And if you don't know what that is, we'll talk about that when we get to that point in the workshop. I'm going to move on from there. So the next thing is I want you to set up your Photoshop workspace to be as close to what I've got up here, or just so you've got these components open, these panels open. So what you see on the screen here, you need to have these panels open in your workspace. So you'll need the layers panel, the history panel, And if you want to arrange them like this do, you can always save it as a new workspace. You can call it restoration. Okay. So do you know how to add panels? Do you know how to add panels to your, what's that?
I don't have it.
Oh, okay. So open,
Go to window.
hang on, let me shift out of here and I'm gonna, if I can mirror. All right, so, oops, great, like I'm just quit unexpectedly. So go to window and under window, brushes. So each of these you're gonna click to open that panel. Okay, so let me show you. If I didn't have brushes open, let me open one that is not open. Let's see. Well, let's open history. So see, it pops open a panel. This is the panel that just got, are you seeing that? Okay, good. And then to put it in a place, you just drag it. So I could drag it there and it would drop it into these tags. Okay, so let me, you got that? So what I'll do is close that panel. Let me go back to where I was, back to mirroring and open here and go back to, okay. So here are the ones you need to have open. Well, and this is where I put them, but you don't have to put them there if you can find your way around your own screen without having it look like mine. So I've got layers here on the left side. I've got history just below that because those two I tend to interact with a good bit. Then over here, brushes. Now on my screen, I typically also have actions in that section, but you could just have the brushes there. And then here, the properties panel and the clone source panel. Where what we're going to do today, those panels, we're going to be going to them. So get your setup that way. And then, okay. Okay. So if you hadn't gotten that, I didn't realize I had this ahead. Here's how to add panels to your workspace. You drop that, grab it, it'll pop open. Then you drag it to put it in position and you look for a blue line to show up to tell you where it's going to attach itself. You can put tabs next to tabs. So if you just click the tabs and different panels show, you can stack them one on top of the other. What I wouldn't do is let them create whole new columns because then your screen real estate gets down to almost nothing. All right, so some Photoshop basic principles. We're going to walk through a couple of those just to sort of get everybody on the same page and as to how we're going to be working together. Some of the basics: create new layers as you go, building on previous changes. That's real important for restoration work. There are times where I go back to just doing things on one layer, but not until I've gotten pretty far in. You develop a sense of what do you need a new layer to be able to do? What options do you need to keep open for yourself? Leave the unchanged original at the bottom. So you can sort of see here, this is my unchanged original at the very bottom of the stack. And then make a copy of that to begin your work. So name new layers to keep track of what you did. It makes backtracking easier. I don't always do that because it's so fresh in my mind. But if I know I'm going to put something down, come back to it later, I'll use some labels to help me so that I realize, okay, that was the layer in which I worked on the eye. You know, how do I find it? So naming things can help. When your file size gets too big, save as a new version. Then combine all layers in that new version except for the original and what we're going to be calling the color and tone adjustment tool. You'll find out what that is. It's the on the stack there, it's the three masked layers that are indented. They're in a group there called color and tone adjustments. And this is one of the first things we're going to be doing today. So you'll get quite used to that, if not second. But you'll realize the power of it as well. Any questions on those things? There's just some basic ways of operating that can make your life easier as you work on a restoration. Okay? All right, so level 1 techniques, which I would consider to be basic. That was, remember, tier 1 or level 1. Balance tones with a levels adjustment layer by color channel. Then eliminate stains and discoloration with a hue saturation adjustment layer and the colorize feature. And then the third layer in that little stack that I showed you is adjusting the exposure with a curves adjustment layer. I didn't always do that with these three things, and I've just come to realize how much they bring out of originals that I didn't realize was there before. How much rapid progress I can make by just making three layers of adjustment from the start. Oh, by the way, when we're done here, I will send you a PDF of all these slides. I see people taking notes that don't kill yourself with that. I meant to do it beforehand, but I had already sent you the file and I thought, nope, I'm not going to mess that up. So hold me accountable.
Okay.
Let me know, and I will. It's a quick, easy thing to do, and we can upload it and have you download that for yourself. Okay, so those three things are what we're going to focus on first, and they're pretty straightforward and easy. And the power of adjustment layers, really, you learn that with these three layers. So let me remind you: explain, show, practice, apply, and debrief. That's what we'll be doing. So we'll take this is level 1A. Now, one thing I didn't tell you was if you look at all the files you downloaded, they're labeled by these numbers. 1A, 1B, 1C, 2A, 2B, and so on. So the things you're going to need as we work are going to come out of those folders by the same labels as I've got on screen. So it shouldn't be hard to locate things unless somehow I messed it up royally, which apparently I did for Paul in the brush. Okay.
You did that out.
What's that?
You did that out.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, you have, it won't go automatically double clicking on it.
Oh,
You have to go to brushes. add
that's,
brush.
you're a PC, right?
No,
Oh, really? You're a Mac?
yeah,
That's weird. Was Photoshop open at the time?
yeah.
That's strange.
I
Okay,
know that. I mean, I had that last week.
gotcha. Okay. All right. So one of the panels that I had you open was the properties panel. For every tool and every adjustment layer, there is a matching properties panel. So when you open a new layer, or when you create an adjustment layer, there will automatically be a properties panel where you will click some buttons, drag some sliders, make some choices that put the power of that adjustment layer into action. Okay, and here's what the properties panel for the levels adjustment layer looks like. So when you pop it open, again, I'm explaining at this point, so don't feel like you have to do or even understand anything at the moment, but this is what the panel looks like. You can see that within properties, you're seeing a bit of a histogram here, and you see there's no preset being added, and there's an RGB. Let me point these out on the screen. And there's a drop menu there that says RGB. This histogram is showing you all the colors at once. It's showing you the tonal range of your image. Remember when I said to you, in your brain, in your mind's eye, what does the histogram look like for this image? You could go here and see that histogram in this panel or in the histogram panel if you have it open. I don't use this. I use this instead. So, but that's showing you what would happen if you made adjustments to using these sliders. You'd be affecting all three color channels, red, green, and blue. Okay, that's important to know because when we use this one, we are going to make those adjustments in each of the separate channels. Because what that will do is it'll allow you to get the most information and best contrast or tonality out of each of those four color channels before we then convert it to a monochromatic image. Doing this first is I found to be very helpful and tends to bring back an awful lot that, it corrects a lot, just by dealing with each channel separately. Okay, so, but you'll see that, you'll practice it, you'll get a feel for it, but that's what we'll be doing. This is what I just mentioned. So this is the procedure we'll be following. We create a levels adjustment layer. We go to the properties panel. We go to each of those color channels, and we will drag the sliders to get the best possible tonality from that color. And I'll show you how that works. We use the right one and the left one first. And a nice trick here is if you option drag those sliders from left or right, then the image itself will go to black or go to white, and it'll show you when you start to overlap into where there's detail. So you cannot blow out or block shadows. Okay, you'll see it, but that's the explanation. That's what we'll be doing. That will get rid of dead space in the right and left of the histogram and even allow you to adjust the mid-tone for each color. Okay, so we would option drag the sliders to see where blocked and blown details again. All right, now I've got demos built in here that are pre-recorded little videos. What I've discovered is when I developed these, I developed them when I was doing Zoom programs. And in Zoom programs, the way Keynote works is it allows me to work in a window, and I can stop the video and drag the progress of the video. So I can stop it and show you how things work at particular times. I don't think it works when I'm doing it this way. So if that's the case, then I'm either going to pop out of presentation mode and do it as if I'm in, just in the setup mode, or I will, I'll demonstrate it live. Let's see if it works for us. So feel free to speak up if you're thinking you're not seeing it very well, because I'm going to have to just let it run, and I'm going to talk you through it as it goes. So here, I dropped and created, this is where the adjustment layers are. I dropped and selected the levels adjustment layer, and it opened that, and the properties showed up over here. So what I'm doing at this point, I'm just dragging the sliders and looking at what happens to the screen as I do them. There's dead space to the left there. It needed some of the shadows to come up, and then I check over on the right. Now, I don't think in this one that I held down the option key. I wish I had that in. I'll show you that live in a minute. But just so you see, I'm marching down the 3 color channels, doing the same thing in each. You can see each of those histogram profiles looks very different among the colors. And look at the overall difference in this image just by taking each of these and adjusting the right and left, as well as sometimes the middle of the slide. It's like a fine-tuned adjustment. You could do the same thing in the curves adjustment layer, but this one's a little simpler. And for my purposes at this point, that's the easiest, quickest way for me to mine all the data out of each of the 3 color channels. It probably covers that well enough. We can jump beyond that. You just needed to see that that's roughly what we'll be doing, what I'll be showing, and what you'll be trying. Okay, so you will need to find and open file 1a.practice. And I will do the same. Here, shift out of mirroring. Right, 1a practice. One A levels by channel. Yep, 1A levels by channel, and then it's 1A practice. 1A practice JPEG. Don't open the TIFF, you don't need that. And make it a little larger. Okay, so now here's where the fact that this is so tiny and some of you are so far back, if in watching me do this, it'll help you to stand up and just come up here and watch, feel free. Because after I do it and we talk about it, I'm going to let you try it on your own computer with that same image. Okay? And then I'll have you take another image and apply it and see how it works for you. Okay? So the setup is so that there's enough redundancy for you to start to feel like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I can even do it. All right, so here we are. And you remember what the first thing, and let me do what I would normally say. I'm going to make a copy of that layer. I always copy the bottom layer, and that bottom layer I never touch. Okay, so copy your bottom layer. Then you're going to go down. Are you seeing this now? Seeing my little finger pointing? Is that showing?
Yes.
Okay, you're going to go down there where the circle, like the yin yang circle is, the black and white circle. Drop that menu, and you can see all the different kinds of adjustment layers that you could open. You're going to go to levels. Everybody see levels there? Yeah. And you'll open. So you don't have to do that yourself now, unless at this point you could do that and be ready to come back later. But I want you to watch for now. So here over in the properties panel, you can now see it says levels there. So these are the properties of this particular adjustment layer that we're going to work on. So I'm going to go first to the red channel. So click on RGB, drop that menu, and go to red. And I'm going to hold the option key so you can see what happens. So I'm going to go here first. Look what happens. When I hold down the option key, the screen turns red. And if I move it fast, look at what happens. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So I know where the details are in this. I don't want to get those blacks. I don't want to block up those shadows. So I'm going to go right to the brink of that and stop. Okay. Then I'm going to do the same thing over here because it'll show you sometimes this little white border might be the white that's around the print and not anything in the print. So that's why I hold down. So now it turns it black. So you can see right away the whites that it's peaking. That little peak is around the edge and it's not even in the photo. Now we're starting to get a little detail loss here, but the characters themselves, the people, may not need, I'm not going to worry about that bottom right either. That's a place where tape was ripped out. The details on the faces and other things, I'm rolling my finger now to be real fine-tuned in this. And I'm going to go to right about there and drop it. Now look at the difference in the quality of that image already, just with one channel getting adjusted. Here, I'll show you the drama of that.
Oh, okay.
Are you seeing the difference? It's just a contrast that's improved and more quality. Now we go down, do the same thing in green. Look at this blank space over here on the left. I'm going to hold down the option key or the alt key if you're on a PC, and I'm going to go to where we just reached the details in the image itself. Do the same thing on the right side for the highlights. Look and see what's actually going on. So as long as it's only that tape that is coming up, there's siding in the back. I don't want to lose that. I'm going to go to right about there. Now, what if I make a mistake? It's only in the adjustments in this layer. We haven't changed the image in any way. Now let's see what difference we see. It's even getting stronger. Now you're going to see up here, it looks a little like we might have gone too far, but that's this screen making things too contrasting. All right, now we go to blue. We do the same thing. Look at how different the blue profile is. There's a whole lot more tonal value in the shadows in the blue channel. Whoops, wrong one. So I actually may not do much of anything here. That's tape. Let's see what happens if I leave it there. Interesting. See, I'm just going back and forth to assure myself of where it is that I've got things on here. And tape only. I'm going to leave it there for now. Let's go over here. Chances are we're going to come a long way down on this one. Wow, look how far down I am. And it's still not even details of the image. Now, let's stop right there. All right, now let's compare, toggle this by hitting so that's significantly improved. On my screen, it looks pretty good. So that one levels adjustment allowed us to get all the best data out of each of the 3 color channels that comprise this image. Okay. That's important because we are going to now strip the image of those colors by going to a monochromatic scheme. And so the next thing that we do is going to be doing that, but we got to get it to this point now. Thing to remember is you can always come back and change this later. Even if I create a new layer from what's below and go above it, I can always move this back up to the top and readjust it. Or I can come back down here, tweak it, and make a new copy to work from that point. Okay, so what I'd like you to do now is try that with this image on your own, unless you did it with me all along. Did you? Yeah. Did everybody do it? Were you successful?
Yep.
Quickly. Okay, since that's the case, let me go back to my other program. Need glasses for this. I need an automatic glass switcher. Somebody invent that for me. Just go like this in the glass switcher.
Aren't they?
Don't they make, I have to say, don't they make glasses with the 2 different?
Maybe. I don't know if I want that
I have
now.
progressive. I have
Okay,
progressive.
so you are going to go to 1A apply. And that's this one that you had seen before. And I want you to try the same thing we just did, same steps. Copy the background layer, then add the adjustment layer and make the adjustments. And I'll wander around while you do that. Any questions coming from Zoom that I need to address?
Someone was asking where you're going to remove the tape in that image.
Oh, that's later. That's later. You're gonna see some of one of the 3 a.m. revelations I got on that. Not only is the tape damaged, but it's different color.
Oh,
So getting rid of that color is what we're going to do in the next step. All right. So you did 1A apply with this young lady. And so just, you're going to see these words over and over again. Approach all of these, be experimental, see how the controls work, how you like the results, and sort of land where you feel it looks best. Just keeping in mind, you don't want to blow out highlights of the subject, and you don't want to block deep shadows either. But there's that fine line in between where you might want to rest right in the middle of it. Like on her hair, I will probably come through and do more. If I brighten that up, or if I bring some of the shadows up, it's not going to hurt. There's no real right answer. There are better and worse, but not wrong. Okay, so let's debrief this one. Discoveries, questions, ahas, questions. What you got?
I've always been intimidated by this. This is probably the most I've ever worked with this.
Now you can see what the histogram
Now I
is
can
really
see why
reflecting.
you check your history. I had no idea.
That option key thing and drag really, I mean, all of a sudden you can see it visually where the histogram is, where those values are as you drag it. And then a lot of the time, it's stuff that isn't even in the photo itself that you're eliminating. You're improving everything other than that, and you're ignoring that. Cool. Any questions on this one? Other insights, other ahas? Thoughts you have about applications? You don't have to. So just this whole process is sort of the same process for every adjustment layer. Open the adjustment layer, go into the properties panel and play with it. See what happens. For those that you use. I mean, I don't use all of the adjustment layers, but the ones that I do use, they can be very, very helpful. Okay, so we've done 1A. Now we're going to move into that next adjustment layer that I do on top of that, in level 1B, and that's a hue saturation adjustment with colorize. So let me explain that. So here's what you'll see when you get into that. The Photoshop interface looks like this. So you remember you dropped. Now, there are two ways, by the way. You could use these. I don't like to use those because they take up screen space. I would much rather click on the black and white circle and drop the menu and pick it from there. That's just my preference. So it's the hue saturation adjustment layer that you would pick. And then, so you selected that, we've got it. Oh, and this is showing what I just said. I forgot this was coming. Two paths of the same thing. That's the hue, the icon for the hue saturation adjustment layer. That's the other thing. I don't want to memorize what those icons mean. I got enough I have to remember. I don't have to remember that too. But then here's what you're going to see when you get to that pin. So notice what you'll see up here, that's the icon and that's the name, hue saturation. So make sure you've got the right one. Every once in a while I'll hit the wrong, I'll release it in the wrong place and it comes up and says, what? Where'd that come from? So notice there are a couple of components here. I pretty much ignore all of that. I come down to hue. And these features, hue is the actual color, not you, hue. Saturation is how much of that color. And this is lighter or darker of that color. Okay, so that's the way to think of these. Yeah, side by side. Okay, so here is what I do. First thing I do once that's open is I click that little colorize button down here. Now, it seems counterintuitive to me. I wouldn't have thought. But what colorize does is it makes everything one color. And what's cool about that is you made the comment earlier about, well, what about those tape stains and all of that, or the stain in that woman? You remember that earlier picture? She looked pretty good, except there were these yellowish stains in different places. When you click that colorize button, something happens immediately. The hue jumps all the way to the left, and it'll look like it's sort of a magenta color. Then I adjust the color to get it where I want it to be. And sepia, for me, when I go sepia, is in the range of 37 to 41 basic. I typically end up there. Now, when I do that, saturation is usually up here somewhere, and it's way too much color. The sepia is a real sort of subtle toning, or tinting. So I select the color I want it to be, or the hue. Then I bring the saturation down until I like it. Season to taste. Season to taste. Because you can always change it. In fact, I always end up changing it later. Because for some reason, other colors creep into the file because it's a color file. And so another one of these added later in the process, or taking this and dragging it to the top, all of a sudden reestablishes the same color and tone. And then I test the lightness slider to see if that does anything for it. Usually it doesn't do anything for it. Occasionally it's helpful to me. All right. So here we have this image, and the problem with this one is we've got multiple colors. We've got a black and white image with orange, yellow, yuck all over. This one was one where I racked my brain, and then one morning woke up, or 3 a.m. woke up with, hey, that hue saturation level, let me dig into that panel and see what that really does. Click the colorize button. It was like, hot damn, just what I needed. So here's what that looks like. And so it's now in motion. You'll see it's dropping and selecting a saturation layer, which pops in above that levels layer. Then I come over here, and it's real tiny where you are, but I click the button. Did you see it go to magenta? Now I'm dragging the hue slider until I get to where I like the color. And more often than not, even if I'm not looking at it, I end up in that 37 to 41 range. That's the number in the hue box. And then I go to saturation and I drop it dramatically. And look at how subtle now the color is. I bounced it back and forth so you could see the dramatic difference. And then I'll probably, I think in this video, I play with the light and dark. Wasn't real impressed with it and ended up leaving it where it was. Maybe I didn't. Looks like it's done. Okay, we cooked that pie. All right, so you want to open 1B practice, which is this picture, the same one I just showed you with, and I will go do the same. Oh, by the way, those other ones that you've opened, feel free to save them as Photoshop or TIFF files. So you've got them in a TIFF format later on. You can come back and play with them for any of the things that we work on other images to try. Okay, so you've got, I won't because I don't need it. Need it. Computer, I need that one. I had that one loaded ahead because I don't even think I have that in your files, but I want to demonstrate something with it. Okay, so let me sort of walk through showing this. Actually, I did show. At this point now, give it a try. I'll work right while you're working. So if you can work, you can look up and watch, or both of the above. You can have one look in one direction and the other look in the other. I think so. By the way, I think I had this one open from earlier, and I just put that layer on top of what I had already done. If you want to do that, feel free. Sorry, I didn't pick up on that earlier. This one I may use the lightness on. It looks a little dark. Yeah, a little. I'm bumping up the lightness a little bit. See, because that's lightening up some of those shadows that look to me like they were getting a bit too dark. I'm going to +7 on that one. You're trying it on your own, trying it sort of alongside me. If you finish it and want to look back in that folder, I think I've got an apply in there that you can try. 1B, remove stains via hue saturation. Yep, there's an apply 2. Well, there was an apply 1, an apply 2, and an apply 3. Let's let you try the apply 1, because yeah, you've got. Yeah, try apply 1. Practice files. And if you're fast, and I haven't moved on yet, feel free to open any of the other apply images and do it with them. If you do that, try to do the levels adjustment layer first and then add this on top of it. Because remember, what we're doing is we're mining data out of each color channel and then we're converting it to one color. So if you do this before you do that, then you might lose some information that would be helpful.
Question.
Yeah.
Apply 1A, like I can understand this for the practice A1. I want to create that whole same color because of the tape.
Yeah.
So would you keep the color? To this?
No, I did not keep the color.
So you would do the same
Because
thing.
I don't really know what to make of that color since everything else appeared to have no color.
So you would do the
Yeah.
same thing here and just give it as kind of as whatever tone you would
Yeah.
prefer to.
Mhm. Yep. But I can't tell you how good it felt when I realized I could get rid of all those stains
Mhm.
with that one adjustment layer. Now, if it were a color image, that wouldn't necessarily be the same way. You'd have to come at that from a very different perspective. All right, has anybody not finished the first apply? Everybody's done at least one of them? Okay, then pause where you are and let's sort of debrief this one. So discoveries or questions at this point? So far, remembering we're sort of building one thing on top of another. And this is becoming sort of the routine for starting with an image. And even if it doesn't appear to me that, like, I don't have any stains, I'm going to do all of these things. Because I will ensure that I get everything into the same hue when I do this. Any ahas for you so far on this one? Let's keep in mind, this works great with monotone and color images, especially if the color is horrible and you know you're just going to have to start from scratch in color. You can do that to do this as well. I'm aware of another technique where you can selectively change one color to another color. We're not going to get into that one. That would probably be a better thing to do in a color image if you like a lot of colors, but there's a stain you want to get rid of. Say it's a yellow stain, and you can selectively change the yellow to something else. So I mean, you might be restoring color later on if it's got so many problems that you just want to get rid of the color and add it back in later. Sometimes that's what you have to do. All right, let's move on then to level 1C. And this is adjusting tones with curves adjustment layer. I don't always find this layer is necessary at this point, but it's nice to do it and check it to see if it does improve anything. So in this one, here's the Photoshop interface. So same thing we did before. Drop the adjustment layers menu and select curves out of that middle section or the second section down. And it will open and you will see this properties panel. And here, it's not a bad idea to click auto and see what happens. I will often click auto, see what the difference is in the look of the image, and then tweak the curve from there. I wouldn't do it in each color channel because we now have basically same values in every color channel because we colorized the image. So start by clicking auto, tweak the curve to taste, and adjust the output just so you can watch for how that's going to go. So you adjust the output down below, but you can add points to the curve and just tweak it a little bit, see if it makes any difference. You can always reset it too and start again. And so here's that being done. No, it's not. Here we go. All right, so here I'm dropping the selecting. So now we have 3 adjustment layers. You can see those white masks. By the way, I'll say something about those masks after this finishes running. But you can see over on the right, I'm playing with dragging the curve and just watching what happens with it. I encourage you to play with the curve a little bit and see what happens, where it improves the contrast, where it goes too far, and then maybe try the auto button and see if you're getting the best look out of it that you can. You want to watch out for that right side. You don't want to blow things out in the whites, and you want to be careful those shadows don't get too dark. But that's pretty simple. You just, that one's one that I really do season to taste on. All of these season to taste. So open 1C practice, or if you want to stick with the one that was already open of this image, feel free to do that and save that practice one for something else. I don't remember if that's the practice. Oh, yeah. You do need to open this one, but do the practice one first. So try what I just showed you on that image by adding that new layer to what you already have. Does that make sense? And I will show you while you're doing it, or I will do it along with you. So here is that image. I've got 2 adjustment layers. I'm going to add one above that. It is the curves. There is, now watch what happens if I click auto. It made it, I think, a little too dark. I'm going to play around with it. So I'm coming down to the shadow side and I'm going to bring those up just a little bit. It gave me a decent starting point, but I didn't really like how dark it went. And so I'm gonna stop there. This one's a real quick one to do. So just try it. Experiment with it, leave it where you like the settings. And then once you've done that, when you are ready, then you're going to open 1C apply and try all 3 adjustment layers on that image. And you're going to be amazed at what you do. So you're going to do just what we've done before. Open it, copy that base layer, then do a levels adjustment by color channel, then a hue saturation, then a curves. Okay, let's talk a bit. Maybe did everybody get through working on her? And saw the kind of amazing things that happened there. You eliminated that green color. You enhanced the tonal values incredibly doing that. It's just amazing what you can get. And because that thing looks horrible, didn't it? Tremendously faded. And just bringing that up can show you things that you didn't even see before. Cool. Any questions on that one?
So that's $75 right there.
Was it worth that?
Is that pretty much what you would do for the 75 for that tier 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're scanning,
I'm scanning.
You're doing a lot of work for $75.
I can scan that. Scan's not hard. I might do a whole bunch of scans at once. Now, if I have to photograph it, that's a little harder. So, any questions at this point or ahas that you want to talk about? Okay. So here we are. And so the next thing that I want you to do on one of these files is I like to group all 3 of those and name the group. I call them color and tone adjustments, call them whatever you want. Do you know how to create a group? All right, let me walk you through that. You can click on one layer and then shift click on the bottom layer and it'll select all 3. And then if you're on a Mac, type Command G. If you're on a PC, type Control G, and it'll put those all in a group in a folder.
So
And
highlight
then
them all.
highlight them all. If you command click them or for PCs, control click them each, that selects them as well. And then they either command or control G to group them, and then double click on the name of that untitled folder and give it a name.
So would it be like adjustment layers?
Yeah, you can or just adjustments. I like calling it really what it was. It was color and tone adjustments, but don't need to be wordy. Do what works for you. Just get in the habit of doing these things at the start of your projects. Copy of the original layer, and then the 3 adjustment layers, then group them. Now, the reason we have a copy of the original layer is I end up, as I work, I bring that copy up to the very top and click the eyeball to turn it off. Because while I'm working, at any given time, I want to compare it to the original. And so I'll just turn that, I'll click the eyeball on that image that's sitting at the top so that it then shows me before, after, before, after. I can toggle fast between them. So I can see, does that eye go, it can be infuriating. It's so easy to wander from what that image first looked like. You don't even realize you're doing it. So you got to make that comparison line. Okay, so here's what we said so far. Create the adjustment group with what we've done so far. Save the file in this image, that woman. Save it as a Photoshop or TIFF and leave this document open as we move forward, because we will be coming back to it and doing some other things on that image. And the nice thing about saving these, they were JPEGs, you're not covering the JPEG, you still have the original. And you'll have now these files in TIFF or Photoshop format. I like TIFF better than Photoshop.
Right, that-
Doesn't seem to be a size constraint so much with them as with Photoshop. You get to a certain point, if it's too big, it's gonna not want to save it. It's gonna make it as a large document
But the
format.
tips still save it in your layer.
So if I save things as tips, most of the time. Okay,
They're bigger though.
so at any time, you could simply drag that whole adjustment group to the top and tweak that, or copy it and move it to the top. So you've got all those. Now, what I also do, because I routinely do this for every restoration, I did all of these as an action, not the tweaking, but the creation of the 3 different layers. So you can create an action, and I call it adjustments group. So you start to record, you just open the first one, open the levels adjustment, then open a hue saturation adjustment, then open a curves adjustment, group them, and stop the recording. And name that, or you name that action before you recorded it. But then, as I start everything I go, I just click that action and pop all 3 layers are there, ready for me to tweak them. So you don't have to constantly go and open the new layers yourself. Let Photoshop do it, please. So this is what it should look like. Now, the next thing we do is we click on that topmost layer. Actually, click on the group. And if I'm being thorough here, what I tell you is I would end up clicking the arrow up here and closing the group. So the group is just sitting there as this thin line. But I select that. I click on that because that's where I am for the next thing I'm going to do. And what I'm going to do is called copy all from below. Everything that's visible below where you have selected is going to get copied. And it's Shift, Option, Command, E. That's another one that I create an action for. Because I don't want to have to contort my fingers to do Shift, Control, Alt, Option on a E on a PC. That's a lot of fingers, and a lot of things to remember.
Like this.
No, the claw. Give it the claw. But I create that, and I think I mentioned at the beginning, on my home Wacom that has 4 of these customizable keys, that's the 4th key down. So all I have to do is pop that key, it runs that action. I've got that new image sitting on the top. Now, what happens if you forget to click that top layer? Let's say you have this selected and you do that. Well, it's going to copy this and that, meaning it'll do nothing. It'll just make another copy of what's there. If you do it, if you have this selected, it'll make it from here down and put it right between these 2 layers. So you got to make sure you have selected the topmost layer or group. And then it'll just pop it in there the way you see mine.
What were the keys again, Paul?
It's on Shift. Let's see, Shift, Control. It's
Shift, Option, Command, E.
thank you. Shift, Option, Command E, or Shift, Alt, Control E. For PCs.
Photoshop calls it stamping a layer.
Oh, it's your.
That's right.
So this is what your layers palette should be looking like at this point with this image and with any of the other images we're keeping open. So if you've got that one from the tape mess, do the same thing in that file. Create a new from all the layers below and let it sit on the top. Oh, here it is. I've got it up on screen. See, I'm in screen mirroring mode right now, so it's easier for me to go back and forth. So I'm not seeing what's coming on my own screen. So I should have remembered I have this here. But there's the key sequence, key combination to get that. And the key to, is keep in mind, it's from what below, on and below where you have selected. Not everything unless you tell it, this is my top layer, copy everything from here down.
Yeah,
Any more questions on this one? Real important to be at this point, because you're going to move on from here with everything below. I mean, if you blow it on this next level, next layer, you haven't really lost anything because it's all still under there. You could always come back, you could turn that top image off or that top layer off, reselect the group again and do the same thing and throw out that other image if you messed up the next thing you did. You've always got what's below it in sort of a sequence. Remember and save, to save and keep this file open in Photoshop, we'll build on it. So level 1 takeaways. Use adjustment layers to correct tone, contrast, and overall color balance. Group the adjustment layers and copy or move them to the top of the stack whenever you want. Very, very helpful if later on, especially you could copy that hue saturation layer when you see colors start to shift, and move that copied layer up to the top above your top image layer, and it'll readjust the color. Keep in mind that these adjustments can be modified at any time. Experiment and reflect on what happens, and just okay. Level 2. Now we start getting into stuff that requires this bad boy. We haven't needed it up until now. That's another part of tier 1 or level 1. Level 1 doesn't even require the assistance of a tablet. You can do that on a keyboard just as easily. So here are the components of this level, the tier 2, which remember that's my middle tier, things that don't require a lot of work, and things that I'm finding I can do even faster with things I don't have on this list. And we'll talk about those as we go. So use the spot healing brush to repair simple flaws. Jay tells me there's a new remove tool in that little suite that he likes, and I've not tried that, and I will. Then use cleanse stamp to repair flaws from adjacent areas, especially where you want to replicate something from that other area. And that's sort of the gist on the clone tool. If it's helpful to maintain something you're replicating, clone tool is great for that. Or clone stamp tool. And then use the clone stamp with mirroring to patch. And that's where it gets, the trees get a little dense in this forest on the mirroring, but it's a whole lot of fun too. There are a couple of other little insider hints that we'll encounter on the way to that. We may not finish all of that before dinner, but we'll make our best shot. Yeah. So, not so hard to repair with spot healing brush. Is there anybody here who hasn't used a spot healing brush? Because I think it's probably, okay, most of us, okay, have found a need for that somewhere along the line in retouching something. Spot healing brush, if a judge looks at a restoration and says, oh, that could be done with just a spot healing brush, it's not going to fly, because they're thinking that's way too easy. It is pretty easy, but it can also mess up. And so you got to watch out. So Photoshop interface, take a look up at the screen. You can see the icon for what the spot healing brush is out of that toolbar. That's down the middle there. You've seen that? Yes. And then when you select that, every tool from that toolbar also has a properties panel or a properties display. And the properties show up at the top of your screen. So the options that you have for any particular tool are going to be up here. Okay, so you can see for the spot healing brush, it could be in any one, it can be in a number of modes. And that's important to just sort of be aware of. Sometimes a spot healing brush will work better if you put it in darken mode or lighten mode. Because what it'll do then is, if you put it in darken mode, it's going to heal light artifacts only and leave dark ones alone. So it's not going to mess up by making a guess about a dark tone when that's not what you cared about. You wanted to stay the same. And the opposite is true too. If you put it in lighten mode, it will only affect things that are dark and not things that are light. Okay, and then there are multiple options here. The type of spot healing is content aware or create texture or proximity match. I just have to say 98% of the time I use it in content aware. No. But if it goofs up in some way, I might try proximity match. With not a whole lot of success. That may not be my expertise. Real important though to keep in mind this last thing you see up here, which is sort of hidden by our classroom space, and that is an option to sample all layers or not. If weird things happen when you're using the spot healing brush, it might be that that is checked and you need to uncheck it. For instance, if all of a sudden it's painting a weird color in there when you spot heal, it's probably reading that color from one of those layers below. So you want to turn that off most of the time for restoration. Okay, so here we come to our little gal that we have improved upon. Now she's not as improved as yours is because this was this was before I got to my 3-level adjustment layers that I created this little movie. And here I can control this. I should have gone to this. I like to be in presenter mode a lot though, but so what I want you to see here is I'm using the spot healing brush.
So,
You see the top? I went to lighten mode. And that didn't do anything because it's already lighter. So if I go to darken mode, which I'm in now and do it, it only corrects the lightened areas.
oh,
So play with that, experiment. Sometimes setting the mode will make it do a better job. Most of the time I don't. I just leave it in normal. And if it messes up, I do something else. But that's an option, and sometimes I will do that. If I'm thinking ahead to say, it's just a dark line here I want to get rid of, let me go to lighten mode. So it just tampers with that dark area. So all I'm doing is going around now and sampling, and so there, notice it's in lighten mode. And if I do that, it does absolutely nothing because it's not going to lighten what's already light. And the other thing didn't need it. So switch back to darken mode. And it doesn't. Sometimes it's fun to just play with those. Now here I would not use, or I did use darken just to get rid of that lightened area. So it didn't get rid of the rest of the pattern that is dark. I'm telling it to selectively look for light areas and make them darker when I say darken mode. So what I've done in this little demo is change between lighten and darken mode and try to spot heal some of the imperfections. Okay.
Are there any keyboard shortcuts for going through that menu, or do you have to always go up
Not
to
that I know of.
Yeah.
There may be.
Wouldn't it be, it'd be
That'd
nice
be one of those little,
an L or a D or something like that.
yeah, I don't think so. Those are reserved for more global things. I've not discovered them if they are. But anyway, the other thing I wanted to bring to your attention is look on the lower left of the screen. Every time I did something, the history panel recorded it. So if while you're working and before you shut your program down, you realize, I've been on this one layer and I've done all these things, but I think I shouldn't have done that. You can go backward in history and it will step backward as well. Okay. All right, let me go back to Photoshop. Oh, wait a minute, no, I didn't mean
Didn't
to.
they decrease the number of steps you can go back?
Yeah, there is a limit. It's like 50 or something like that. So I never go that far back. That's when I make a new layer, and therefore, if it was that far back, I need to go back to another previous layer because everything I'm doing in that layer was garbage. Let's see.
when you just started.
Yeah. I mean, let's see where we are here. Okay, so you're going to use the currently open layer of this woman. And what you did with her, you created the 3 adjustment layers, you grouped them, and you made a copy from all below. At this point, what I would do, because you know you could get that back, you can work right on that layer for this step. Name this layer, however, spot healing. Because these layers are going to be a record of the work you've done today. Okay, so double click the name of that top layer with the woman and call it spot healing or healing repair or something that'll strike a note with you later when you reopen this and try to remember what it was you've done. Not debriefing. Just use that one. I don't know that you need me working alongside you on that one, but go ahead and try your hand at cleaning up all these little marks that you can. You might have to zoom in and out with either controller command plus or minus zooming in or out. That's great.
I've got a spot on my screen until I retouch on 500 images because I haven't cleaned it off. No, it's not working. This isn't working.
You need the old fashioned spot healing.
The remove tool does not work with tape.
Now, I'm not surprised. There's not enough for it to read from.
Yeah,
What
that's
it should be.
true, right?
All right, how are people doing? You don't have to have everything fixed and corrected on this one, just so you sort of, did you play with darken and lighten and see the difference in how that works? Or did you, like Jay, go find the remove tool
I did.
and you now no longer need any of what we're doing in this module?
I used it.
So sometimes it won't
I
work.
didn't know about the darken and light tool for the spot here.
Yeah, that is a good.
Darken and lighten in lots of tools can be great.
Hey, Chris,
Yeah.
Marcy took the bridle off of a horse in that thing in 2 minutes.
And a
You
person,
couldn't tell it.
oh, I took everything out, like person, trailer behind, I mean, everything. That's something that would have taken me an hour to do. I did it. What in your remove?
Yeah.
Is that thing an AI? Is that an AI tool? Do you know?
I didn't agree.
Yeah, I think that's
probably AI.
It's crazy. It is.
Because it's hard to believe it would do that. Why does it even need any of the spot healings?
I know.
Not only will
It's
it
ready
take
to
stuff
love it.
out, it will put things in too.
Yeah, that's what we were just saying. All right, let's slide on here. One of the insights is that maybe the remove tool is one we ought to all take a look at, huh? I will certainly be playing with that one and seeing how it can speed things up for me too. So I mentioned that, try using dark and lighten mode. And then if strange things happen, back up and try the proximity match and tweak the diffusion on it and see if it does a better job or the remove tool. I'm looking forward to learning that one. Okay, so the next one is clone stamping from adjacent areas. The clone stamp simply copies from one to another area. It will also function in darken and lighten mode, and that's where some of its power comes into play. So if you don't want it to paint over something, an existing detail there that is darker than the color you're using or you're painting from or cloning from, it won't touch it if you're in the right mode. And so you can go back and forth mode to mode, and it protects certain tonalities while affecting others. Okay, and so we'll explore that a little bit. And I'll also, late in that one, we're going to try what I don't even have, I think, in the, at least I didn't in the earlier list, of doing a simple paintbrush sampling tone and painting in darken or lighten mode, rather than even spot healing. Sometimes I will do that, especially if it's on a face. Sometimes it's better to just paint in some tone and then work with that later on. So here's the Photoshop interface. You've been used to that. So there's the clone stamp tool, the icon for it. And the properties are at the top of the screen. And what this is the size and quality of your brush. Whether you're in a soft round brush or a hard brush, usually a soft brush when you're cloning is helpful unless you're trying to get right up to an edge of something. Modes can be normal, darken, lighten. There are multiple modes there. Sometimes one version will be better than the other. And then the option of aligned, I'm going to describe that and show it to you. That's a really important feature that we'll use after this. And then sampling. So what the clone tool does is there's a source point or the sample point, and there's the point where it stamps. And if you align those, then what you're saying is, after I set this sample point and I start to draw to clone and I move the brush, if it's aligned, this is going to move in concert with it. If I lift this up and put it down here, this will jump up to here. It's always going to be in the same relative position and move. Like that. So wax on, wax on. Now, if you can in the properties in the clone source, and we'll look at that in a little while, you have options of mirroring. This is where wax on, wax off really is. So if you mirror horizontally, and you sample here, it's going to do that. Okay. Wax on, wax off. If you do it vertically, sample, clone. Okay. Now, we said aligned means when you lift it and you put it down somewhere else, the sampling point moves relatively to the same place. So here, lift it up, like that. Okay. You turn off align, which is very helpful at times. There are times when you don't want it to jump with you. You want it to come back to the same origin. So if you turn off aligned, then first time you do it, it'll stay with it. Let's keep it just in this simple scenario. You lift up your brush. Let's say we went to here. Lift up your brush. Sample point goes right back to where it started. And then you start painting. It's always going to come back to here and sample from that area, from that same origin point. There's where the align works. You're going to see how that pays off in the image that we're going to be using, because we're going to be reconstructing siding on that one image. And we only have a little space where the siding is the way it should be. And we want it to always come back to that place so we can keep going to different places and painting from there to create the siding. Okay? So here are options under this tool. Look at how many ways, how many modes you could put the tool in. These are the same modes that you could put a layer in. It can be a darken or a lighten layer. Okay, so I pointed out the aligned and current layer. So that means it's going to read from either the current layer or it might read from below. That's an option that can be really helpful, because often what I'll do is I'll work on a new blank layer, but I'll have it cloned from below. And what it does is it looks below that layer, and wherever there's data that I am sampling, it's going to take that data, whatever's visible below. And that means the first place it hits pixels, it's going to copy from those pixels. If I turn that off, then it's not going to clone from below. It's just going to clone on that layer. So if I'm copying one thing that basically I don't want it to dig deep and get something else, then I leave it to current layer. You'll see how that works. So here's our little lady. And so the same task that we performed with the spot healing brush, we could do with the clone stamp tool. And that's so small, I can't even. So what I'm doing is going across here and saying current layer, showing the options, current and below, or all layers is the other option. Aligned, I'm going to stay with aligned to start, and I'm going to stay in normal. See this, Where the clone tool comes in handy is cloning patterned things. So if you want to retain the texture, then clone that texture. So you can see if there's a source point that is the plus, there's a plus sign moving. That's the source or sample point. And then the circle is your brush. But it's showing you with that relationship as you move the tool. But you sample and then do the work. And so it's keeping texture or copying texture. Now, if I told it to do it in darken mode only, it would only copy texture into areas that are lighter than the existing or the sample point. Okay, so over here on the side, I don't know if I go that far. Over here on the side, it would be nice to sample vertically and follow the contour, follow that line of the dark versus the white and match it up and then clone. So it would just continue that all the way down. I think this is finished. Nope, it's still going. Maybe I did do, oh yeah, here we go. This is doing that. So sample on the edge. Oops, I don't want to go up there. Oh, I'm going to have it do darken mode. I'm going to go to darken mode for this. Yep. We sampled. So it makes a little target when you hold down the option key to sample. That's how you sample. And then you can see I went up and just matched up where those lines would be, and it just right in there. Same thing down below. All right, good enough. We don't need that. So open, you've got that one open. It's the one you're working with. Make a new copy of the layer. So you've got the one that was spot healing. Now you're going to Command or Control J to copy that layer to make a new one. Make sure you've selected that layer when you do it, or it'll copy whatever layer you selected. You're going to copy that last layer, rename it, clone stamp, and give her a rip. Try it out. Of course, actually, you might have already healed those things. And tell you what, make a copy of one of the uncorrected layers and try it with that, or open that thing again and do it. I forgot I had you fixing it anyway. So, or there might be some other imperfections that you want to try that on and see how it works. Well, why don't I have you go ahead and do that? So sort of leave that one where it is. We'll probably use it. If you didn't use a remove tool or something to fix the lady's clothing, we're going to use the next step to do something with that. So open to be apply. It's this image. And use the clone stamp to fix some of the problems in this and to copy textures in this. So some of this you can copy the texture in cloning. Here where aligning will help, like in the sweater, you might want to copy, use the clone stamp tool to replicate texture in the sweater as opposed to the shirt. So when you remember, when you go to a new image like this, do the adjustment layers first, and then go on to the, you want to get this sort of into your habit. So you do this on each image, you will get into the routine of starting the same way every time. And we're going to tinker with it a little too. And and keep in mind, sometimes you might need to zoom in a little bit to feel like you've got a little better control over what you're working with. By the way, if you do something and need to go back, rather than going over to the history panel and backing up there, just do Command or Control Z and it goes backward. It undoes.
Come up in the air.
Oh, just an hour. a little less than that, you know, traffic, but it's construction on 95, and you're like, within 5 minutes of Canadian Avenue, so, well, then maybe.
All right, so how people doing?
Not bad.
You use the mirror phone stamp much? I'm trying to think of an application for it.
You'll see one in a couple of minutes. When we
Okay.
move on to the next thing, we're going to use mirroring. Yeah, I think you've probably played with it enough to be ready to talk a little bit about things to watch out for, things that maybe didn't work as well as you wanted them to. Let's hear some of those points from people. Let me get back to my. So let's, what are some observations you've made about using it and things you needed that you realized you had to keep in mind while doing it?
With that one, trying to that one, it's really hard to avoid when you're black.
Yeah. And watching where that sample point goes to, that it can very quickly be putting things in there that you don't really want in there either. Because tonalities might shift a little bit, and so it makes another odd little patch. That's where probably using the remove tool or using a spot healing brush works. I find on this particular one, what we're going to do next is a whole lot simpler for taking care of large areas where it doesn't matter so much about the texture. Now, in the sweater, eventually, if we had put those pieces together, we could go to work on attacking the sweater, fixing the scratches and all of that. But because I'd want to keep some of that cable knit kind of pattern in the sweater rather than wipe it all out. But places like here where the shirt, I mean, this is discolored here in the shirt as well. The tonalities there I don't trust. And obviously we want to get rid of this, and we can have a fairly uniform tone to the shirt collar itself. Same thing over here. Here, I want to get rid of these darker artifacts without wiping out valuable detail. So for that, I often, more and more often, I shift to using the paintbrush in darken and lighten mode. And that's what I'm going to show you next. And I don't think I've given you any files for that, but we can try it with this file because I just did the same thing. In fact, I'll show you what I did in a couple of seconds and then back up to what it was before. Hello. Here. So I've opened just as you have, and I've done the the adjustment layers, and I've zoomed in a little bit on that. Here's what it looked like before. And there it is after just a little bit of painting in darken and lighten mode. So let me show you what I did with that. Do another. We have a new copied from below layer here. And what I do, close this up, this is brushes. Let me hide this panel, we don't really need it. Does that ever give me a little more real estate to work with? Okay, so I will select the paintbrush, and what I know here is I want these to get darker. I actually want the collar to be roughly this tone. So I'm going to want all of these areas that are not quite as light as this to darken. And then I'm going to want this to darken as well. So I'm going to want these to get lighter. I'm going to want that to get darker. So two things I'll do. I'm going to start by sampling that tone. And you see when you do that, option click that, and you see the eyedropper show up, and you click there. And it puts it as the foreground color down here. So now here's my brush. I'm going to go to lighten mode first because I want to clean up these shadowy looking areas. This is moving slowly because of my processor, I guess. Might have too much open here. But shift my brush size, move slowly. You see that doing its thing? I just find that a simple paintbrush can sometimes be the best alternative. Make it a little smaller when I get down there on the edge of the sweater. I'm not sure I wanted to do that, but I can deal with that too. I will see, I'll do this kind of thing knowing I'm flattening it out, but that later on I will come back and I'll put in some shadowing. Now notice what happens when I cross over that lighter area. It's not doing anything because I'm in lighten mode and the tone I'm painting is darker than that white spot. And so it won't work there. So what I can do if I now want to attend to that spot is I change to darken mode with the same tonality and it will paint over the spot and not mess with anything else. Same thing up here. So any place where you've got just tones that aren't working, that's like we've got these scratches up here. I mean, there are a couple of things I could do with that. Spot healing brush, whatever, but look what happens when I go to lighten mode and I sample right here. Actually, that's kind of a darker area than these scratches, but it's not as light as everything else. So when I do that, it's going to lighten ever so much those things. If I go down here and sample, it will lighten those and take them in. So there are times at which you want, whoops, I didn't want to lighten that, Control Z, I need to sample here. So you have to be mindful of the source point tonality and where you're painting to. So here, I want to get rid of these super dark spots, but I want to maintain some shadowing there. So I'm going to pick this sort of darker tone. Whoops. option right there, and then watch what happens as I do that. Now, it's going to be uniformly. So there's no detail in that because I'm just painting pure paint into the area. But it's a good way of just taking down some things that are a little too dark. And I can take care of making it look normal later. Now here we've got some little scratches too. Same thing. But the tonality is getting darker over here. So I want it to be at least maybe sometimes a little darker than what I'm painting into so that I don't all of a sudden get this bright patch. And I'd come up and fine tune some of these.
When you said make it look normal later, are you talking about?
Restore
Right.
texture,
Okay, because you're getting. too
restore texture later.
smooth. Okay,
For now, it's fixed damage.
Okay. So we're talking about tonal damage now, not
Yep.
worrying about whether we're messing with text.
Yep.
Okay.
So you can see it, in some ways, this is a whole lot quicker and easier a way to deal with things that you don't want in the image. And when you come to somewhere like this, let me zoom out a little bit. So we've got this whole area here. I may not want to paint with this darkest tone with all these light spots, but I might work well to take that and do this. Wrong one. My bad. Oh, I need to be in darken mode. You know it as soon as you do it wrong. So I'm going to take that and just do this. So it is slightly darkening those. If it wasn't enough, then I might take a little bit stronger and paint that until they start to disappear. You get the idea. Sometimes painting is the best thing to do. You just play around with it until you work out some of those things. Now, in textured areas, I wouldn't do that because I need to maintain the texture. So I'd use a clone stamp tool or a pattern stamp tool. That in a sweater, a pattern stamp is going to be a whole lot easier, I think, because you're circling an area you want to fix, and then you're dragging it to the place you want it to fix it from. And so it would copy that sweater pattern over into it. And then, of course, there's that remove tool that we're all thinking, gee, why do we need to do anything? We've got that remove tool. Okay, so give it a try. In the same image, if you like, do the same thing I did. Hide the layer that you did before, create a new base layer from the just above the adjustments group, and try out the paintbrush in darken and lighten mode. See where it works, where it might not work, and we'll talk about it. I will keep on trying myself. Clone stamp is better. Like over on this right side, I would think the clone stamp is going to be a better option because we have pattern and something over here that we can copy. But here's where maybe doing clone stamp in lighten mode would work really well because we don't want it replacing anything but these dark artifacts. And I'm sure you've realized that if you go too far before you pick it up and it goes over the place you've just painted, it reads what was there, not what is there. So you have to be sort of mindful of that and pick up your pen regularly so that that works. But since I've got it aligned here, this is working very fast. And I've even got it in normal mode. I'll go to lighten mode. All right, so we're closing on 5 o'clock, and you probably played with that a little bit enough to get a sense for where it might come in handy, and just keeping in mind that sometimes that clone tool is going to be your best friend. Sometimes using the paintbrush can move you along faster, especially where you have pretty even tones to put in. I'm finding more and more I'm using the paintbrush and darken lighten mode on faces. Because it gives me a little more control over what the tones are around the contours of the face. And then, I mean, even if there are irregularities, I can come back and smooth those in and blend them later. And that tends to work a little faster for me. All right, so I know you may not be done with that one, but that's probably enough for you to get a feel for it and to talk a little. And then we go to this. So look at this ugly thing. This is where this would really come in handy. And I don't know if I dropped, I don't know that I dropped this one into yours, but let me see if I have that. Oh, yeah, I did. I put it in there. It'll be 2A apply 01. But look at this thing. What a rat's nest this is. So this was what I had talked about, and I just demoed with another one. This one is more likely to be very productive using the paintbrush in darken and lighten mode.
And where would we find that again, Chris?
Okay, look in your, it's in the, is it in two? Let me go look, because I called it here 2A. I want to make sure I got that right.
And 2A healing brush.
It's in 2A healing brush. Nope, it's not in, oh, 2A. My bad. Yep, 2A apply 01. Oh, I think I just repurposed that image. It was in there for healing brush, but I want to use it for this because this is the place where it struck me that it is way more useful. It really sort of illustrates, and here she is. So let me show you a little of just how quickly you can get work done with that. So I've got this little screen. This is actually an excerpt out of a larger piece that just for demo purposes. Let's do our little 4-step program.
Does you want to no, I can't.
So do the same thing with me or on your own.
Yeah.
Put your adjustment layers in there and tweak them.
Oh, is this, oh, I see.
Oh, it's also green here. Okay, so, I mean,
Okay, I had a dialogue with them, that's why. That was you, right?
You get a little shot in there.
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in 2 ways.
Okay, so that did a lot. Just on the levels adjustment, then the hue set, layer, colorize. Yep.
Must be corrupt.
Oh, something happened.
Yeah.
Oh.
File didn't come.
Okay, it's funny, auto did nothing on that. Let's see what tweaking mine. I don't want to do that. I think auto was actually pretty good. All right. So now top, make a layer. Okay, so you can work alongside me if you want on this one, and see what I'm going to do is I'm going to start on the background. Keeping in mind that I can always later on come back and do anything with that background. What I want to do here is just widespread, take care of a lot of those dark spots. And so notice as you look at this, I'm going to zoom a little more, that we've got sort of the lighter tones here, darker tones here from what's correct. Since I'm going to be lightening things, I want to probably lighten from a little bit of a darker tone than this bright one. So I'm going to start by sampling, let's say
This
right
is using
here.
paintbrush,
What's that?
paintbrush.
The paintbrush, yes.
Can you have it on light or dark?
I have it on lighten mode because I'm going to get rid of these spots. So what I'm doing first, notice that some of the spots are remaining where it's even lighter. But look how much better they look. And I can always come back, change the, resample it. And I got to be careful when I get close to the hair. I don't want to wipe that out because it's darker, and I don't want to lose those dark tones. But if I simply paint in this, look what it's doing all over the place. You wouldn't want to have to do that with a spot healing tool. There's not enough room to do it with a cologne stamp. And this one does a pretty nice job of just cleaning up some of those dark spots. Now over here, let's say we do want this to be a little lighter. So I sampled that lighter tone and we'll put it in. It might be that I'm going to end up wanting that to be the dominant tone back there, and I'm going to do something else in that background later. Right now, my main objective is to get rid of all these spots. Now notice there are white spots in there that are starting to emerge. What would I do to get rid of them?
Dark.
Good. So switch to darken mode, and they will go away. Now, here's the cool thing. Let's say we had a bunch of white spots. So look, see these white spots here? It's not going to harm what's already dark. It's only going to take the white spots out. So anywhere I'm painting that is darker than the tone I sampled, it's not going to touch it. So if I do it up here, it's not doing anything to the hair. Sample here, do over that. And this is quick, rough work that later on is real easy to make this look much, much better. So look at what we did that fast just with painting in color, in darken and lighten mode. Over here, it'd be even better. So we're going to go to lighten mode. And I'm going to sample this tone. It's a real, it basically wipes stuff out, but it's stuff that needs to be wiped out and it needs to be done quickly because we don't want to mess it up. We don't want to take hours to do what should take less time. Now, where there's texture we want to retain, I probably wouldn't mess with that. But that's not the case. So now here we go into the face. And here's a tone that looks like it's pretty much where the tone should be in this face. And I'm going to, some of them are a little darker. This one's a little darker over here, so I want to be more careful and not take all of that tonality away. And when we get into places where there are contours, we're going to probably use a smaller brush and move a little more carefully. If I go into a darker area, that's not as big a deal. Yes, it is a big deal. Wrong one. If I go into a lighter area, it's not a big deal. So I'm going to have to be a little more careful here and just spot sample as I go, because I want to maintain the way that shadow is moving. Good stuff. Good. So you can see a little of that. So the goal here isn't to get to a perfect face. It's to get to, I want to have the shadowing and highlights roughly the way they should be, while wiping out all of these imperfections. And then I can fine tune, but I can move much faster a lot of the time doing this than trying to use spot healing or a clone stamp that might be copying things I don't want. And it just, there's so much mess on this, so much debris in this image that this is an easier way to handle a bigger load and faster. How's it going as you try? You might find it's best if you zoom in more so you can see where the tones really are locally. So you can stay within those tones. And sort of watch where the contours go and let your tone go with it. And always you can Command Z or Control Z to back it up if it painted something you didn't like. Obviously, I'm not done with this, but I go up into her face and go to darken mode up on that chin. Now I'm turning this cartoonish, granted. But sometimes it's got to be cartoonish before it can come back and look human. So here, I'm going to sample that tonality and we're just going to paint those lighter areas out. I'm in darken mode, so look what happens here. It doesn't really affect anything darker. It made that little white wisp just that much darker. Not dark enough, but sometimes doing it in darkened mode over wide areas is even better, especially if you're on a tone that is not very dark. It's just going to ease things back to where they should be. See, I actually find this to be even better than what we were doing in lighten mode, because there's a lot of white imperfection in this space that we can get rid of just at this one tonality. I'm toning down those white spots, and eventually they might be reduced enough that I'd be able to use a smoother, a mixer brush to smooth what remains into a textured looking face. And every once in a while, it looks like a spot healing brush would be better, like that line, this little white line here, this one probably. But I'd just gradually be moving it toward a less damaged face. Anybody else finding similar things, or what are your discoveries?
So what is it? You think that, what is that, mold spots?
That's all kinds of stuff. This was a tin type, and it's the tin's deteriorated. It's broken up in a lot of ways, and I don't know what it's done all that spotting. It was pretty bad. In conversation over the break, we realized, hey, there are some connections we ought to be making here. Hugh made the comment that, well, a lot of this stuff is really useful for our retouching work of photos. And so I want to talk a little bit about that and hear your thoughts on it. But one thing in particular, actually two, I use this all the time in post-processing for portraits and for product photography work. One in particular, where you have eye bags and wrinkles that you want to lessen, if not remove. It works really well to use the clone stamp in lighten mode, aligned, and set at about a 30% opacity and a soft brush. And set your in point where right near the wrinkle or the eye bag, and just above it, then go paint or clone over that darker area, and it tends to soften and back those eye bags and wrinkles down. It's a really easy, quick way to do it. The paintbrush would also do that, but it wouldn't follow a contour the way the clone stamp tool does. So that's one that I make a lot of use of. Any things like that occur to you as we were working earlier? Mhm. I use the paintbrush in color mode a lot too.
Yeah, I find that really good for evening out on the
Mhm.
car.
Mhm. Yeah, and where colors are wrong, using, so if spot color is wrong, rather than what we did earlier with an entire level wide adjustment, taking the paintbrush and sampling a color and then painting where a discoloration has occurred can really make it easy to retouch a photo, or in this case, a color photo, and bring it back a little bit. Any other thoughts so far? We're going to see a bunch of other things that I use in retouching as well, and I'll try to remember to point out where they are when we get to them. Okay. So this next piece is a piece I've decided you're not going to apply because it would take a little longer. And if what we learned about the remove tool is going to work for us, this may not be as important. But there are two concepts in this that are really important, not necessarily the action we're going to take, but the applications of them. And that is using the clone stamp with mirroring across layers. So we've talked about this, and in this case, I want you to notice a couple of things on screen here, and that is there's a blank layer above the image layer. And on that blank layer, I'm going to be cloning from the image below. And the purpose on this one is that where the material in her blouse is all broken up and damaged, what I wanted to do was clone to replicate that pattern and put it in place, because up until now, there was no remove tool. But that's why we don't need to spend a lot of time on it if that's true, that it's going to work that way. But so things set up the way you see on screen here, and with current and below as the setting, and still aligned. And this is a real quick way to do a patch. And there are other applications for it as well. So let me let you see it in action. Okay, so here we go. Just sort of watch, and I'll talk about what's going on here. So I've selected the clone stamp. Current and below is our selection for how it's going to sample. I'm going to create a blank layer. Now notice the one I showed you earlier had a mask on it. I'll put that mask on afterward and you'll see why. Now what I'm doing is I want to repair the flaw in the middle for that right hand damaged area. And because this is a patterned piece of fabric, if you look for where the pattern is, where it replicates, this required some horizontal mirroring, because there's symmetry right here. What goes that way and what goes that way mirrors itself, right? So if I want this to look like what it is over here, all I have to do is ignore what I'm laying down and just paint over what I want to use on that upper blank layer. And that's what you're seeing. So look at, whoops, my bad. I already messed up. I can fortunately here, let me go down to where we were. So look at what happened here. So I've set a point right there. You probably can't see it, but here's the sample or source point. And now I move over there and I draw, and I'm not really concerned about where I'm laying it down. I'm just concerned to copy from that lower layer because it's going to get a whole lot easier once I'm done. Let me show you. So do you see the patch laying there?
Yeah.
All out of line and,
Yeah.
crooked, like 45 degrees off or something like that. Well, the nice thing, the beauty about working from one layer to the next is you basically can create a patch on that top layer. And then you can manipulate that patch in any way you want. So watch what I do with this one. So watch the patch. I go up to transform or move tool. I come down and I rotate the patch. Oops, 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 oops.
And the angle, man.
See that? Showing me weird things down. All right, so once I rotated it, now look there, it's not great everywhere, is it? You can see in that upper left-hand side, the lighter patch is going over into the darker area. So that's where I decide I don't need all of what I painted. So there you can see it on and off. But what I do is I turn on a mask, create a mask. So see that white pop up? I get a black paintbrush and I go paint on the really hard. Maybe I should be doing this with my, but watch what happens when I go and mask it out.
Back, yeah, and back with the underlayer.
See, so you can mask it back. Now, you can do anything on this layer with that patch. So remember the problem I told you about the sweater? And I didn't know how to not have just diagonal lines. I should have had a contour down the shape of the body. So that patch, I could then puppet warp and reshape it so that it goes exactly where I want it to go and falls right into place with the other. So I wanted you to see that because of the concept of cloning from a layer below to one new blank layer, and then manipulating that layer so that you can then accomplish something. That comes into play a lot with restoration work. And you're going to see it a couple of times before we're done tonight. And along with that mirrored cloning. So just being aware of what kind of symmetry are you looking at? For example, what we'll come to in a little while is where some of my faces in the images that we've worked with, half of the face has been obliterated. Well, mirrored cloning on a face is a great option because our bodies are bilaterally symmetrical, meaning they mirror each other right and left, right? You're roughly symmetrical. This side mirrors this side. Now, nobody's does it perfectly, but it doesn't have to be perfect. Imagine, and if the head's turned this way and I want to mirror from here to here, it's going to look real goofy unless I can do something with what I mirror. So it might be, let's say I clone from over here to become this side of the face. Once I've done that to a new layer, I can do this to what I just cloned. I can shift that and make it narrower and just make that face. And I can also tilt it if the head wasn't perfectly straight. So it allows you a lot of flexibility in rebuilding things that you end up having to fix when you restore a photo. Okay, so I'm not going to have you do this, so we're just sort of jumping over this one. Here's where I'm going to let you try it. I think you've got the idea. You saw what was going on there. And I'm going to ask you to open file 2C apply, just because I want to give you that. And we're going to do this one side by side so that I can show you, you can try it, and you can see how this will work. So let me get mine open. 2C apply. Now I gotta go find my.
See clone stamp with mirrored layers.
Yeah. 2C,
Oh, there. it is. Right.
2C, apply. It's our fun little image that we've been working on. Actually, if you still have that open from before, just go to that one.
Yeah.
I don't. I got it open. Okay, and then you're
And then we're-
here. Don't do the other things that I've been asking you to do, putting all the, because this one has already been adjusted with the layer adjustments, the adjustment layers. But zoom in a little bit and go to this face.
The hat.
Because you can see he looks like a pretty good candidate for, and you're gonna have to zoom in a lot. So get it to where it's like that. And I want to show you how I go about using mirrored cloning in a situation like this. There's not enough on the left for me to want to keep it. Especially, but this area right, oops, and you say you don't see that, do you? Do you see this circle?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
This area right here is not bad. And it might be that it could come in handy here. Let's see if we've got any other faces I want to do this one. No, his is the one. Okay, so here's how it goes. Let me make a copy of this layer. And I'm going to go to clone. And I'll do this slowly enough that you can sort of go with me on this. Put a new blank layer above that one. If you're not sure which that icon was, it's right next to the trash can at the bottom of the layers palette. That's a new blank layer. The square with a plus and new blank layer. Okay, so that's the layer we're going to select. We're going to do our writing, our painting on that layer. I want to go up here and make sure in the properties for Sloan Stamp Tool that it says current and below. Okay, and that it is aligned. Then the next thing you want to do, and do I even have that open here? Oh yeah. One of the palettes or panels I had you open was the clone source panel. Go to that panel. You see where my arrow is down here? They've got two boxes and an arrow going from one to the other. That's horizontal mirroring. The one right below it is like this with an arrow. That's vertical mirroring. We're going to use horizontal here. So click those boxes. So it now has a dark area around the icon. And so what's going to happen here, just so you see, I mean, I described it and sort of illustrated it earlier like this. Let me show you how that looks, whether I need it to be right or not. But that's it. And we're not going to be in any kind of mode. I'm going to use normal mode here. Now, in order for this to be useful, I've got to find an appropriate starting point for cloning, because otherwise it could be all kinds of weird. Or you don't worry about it at all and you do like I did the patch. Just make sure what you're painting, you get all of the area you want to paint from, and then move it afterward, which works. Okay, so what I would do typically, this is a good reference point right here. So I hold down the Option key, put the target right here over the outside corner of his left eye, and I click. That's my source point. Whoop, that moved, my bad. Okay, now I would come over here, make sure all my settings are right up there. Okay, I'd come over here and start, and I'm keeping my eye on the plus, because I want to make sure I get his entire eye area. And if I have more than that eye area, that's okay too.
You're cloning at 100%.
I'm cloning at 100%. Yep, I am just mirroring that eye from one side to the other. Now you'll notice it doesn't look great at this point. Doesn't matter, because all I have to do now, it's all by itself. It's the only thing on this layer. So first of all, I'm going to say eyeball or just eye. That'll work. Label that eye. Now, if I go up here and click on the move tool or whatever that is, yeah, move tool, here's what we can do. So you can position that eye. If his head were slightly tilted, I might do this. Whoops. Gotta get that. There it is. I might do this. In fact, it might look better if it were a little like that anyway. So you can make everything the way you want it to look. All right, let's say now let's mirror his nose. We are going to create another blank layer. I'm going to turn this one off just in case I don't want it to find that. Go back to the clone stamp, and it's already set to mirror horizontally. You'll know it soon enough if that's off. And let's say we want to mirror this. Now, this is going to be nose mirroring. So, like that starting point, I come over here. Same thing. I'm watching my plus sign, and I'm only trying to get that nostril. So this is nose. Okay, let's go down and do the same thing for his mouth. This one's a little harder because I'm not sure I like anything that's going on here. So what I'm going to do is start right here. And I'm going to come over to this side. And do that. Okay, so we now have 3 pieces we have created. Let me turn this one back on. So we're getting a little closer. Now, what we might need to do after we've created these puzzle pieces is move them a little bit and manipulate them to get them into the position that we want them to be. Let's make this a little smaller so you can sort of see the effect it's having. We go up here on the forehead, we could do even more with that, but that one, it might be easier for me to just use my other tool that I mentioned of, let's see. That might be better to just use the paintbrush in lighten mode and paint the tonality from the bright side of his face to the other side of his face. And that would be pretty easy to do. And I could do that on an image layer. Now, this is a copy of that layer, so I don't mind. I've got the original down here. I'm going to go ahead and do that. So I go to paintbrush, lighten mode, sample the tone over here. Actually, I'm going to sample one slightly darker. There's a little shade to that. And then I'm just going to paint in lighten mode. Oh man, it's slow moving, isn't it? Look at that. Creep, 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 creep. Boy, my iMac is so much faster. I'm surprised. I probably have too much open. But notice what happens when I go down here.
Nothing, because you're not on the layer.
That's right. Because those layers that we put on top of it are masking it, are hiding it. So you can do some wholesale work here and still have puzzle pieces for the face that you've created. Now, this isn't great because there wasn't a lot to begin with that I could work with. So it required a whole lot more work than what I just did. But this is a good way to get started, trying to build from one side of the face to the other. All right, let me go back. So that was sort of FYI, just to give you a feel for what mirroring can do. You saw what it did in the material, but where you've got clearly elements that reflect each other, no matter what they are, cloning from one to a new blank layer gives you all kinds of easy fixes. All right, back to see where we are. Okay. Okay. All right, so yeah, did it there. Now the next thing that I've got an arrow pointing at the see the piece of siding there where the arrow is pointing? How might we use mirroring or not mirroring, aligned or not aligned, to replicate that little spot, that little section of siding? Everywhere else there's siding, but it's messed up. I might have mentioned this earlier. I'll show you. So you see that siding there has already been sort of fixed. I want to show you. Oh, nope, forget that. Debrief it. Blank layer for only one area at a time. The reason for that is it gives you control over each of those pieces. Now, eventually what you're going to do is copy everything from below to a new layer so that they'll no longer be pieces once you move forward, because you then want to integrate them and make them look like they belong together. And then build up layers of change in increments. Generally, you want to do that. And keep asking yourself, which would work best, normal, darken, or lighten mode with this tool that I'm using. So level 2, we're sort of ending level 2. Here are some of the points from that section. Darken and lighten modes provide powerful options when cloning or painting. They copy one tone while protecting the other. And you will very quickly realize the power of that when you are trying to darken something light when it's next to a darker tone, like skin next to darker hair. You paint over the border between the dark and the light, and it doesn't affect the dark at all because that's darker than what you are painting in. Use mirroring when using, my bad. Oh, yeah. When using the clone tool to repair symmetrical or patterned areas. Clone on a blank layer from the layer below to increase your flexibility and control, and use a layer mask to paint out what you don't need. And then, as I mentioned, you can use Puppet Warp or any of the other tools to manipulate just that piece that you've created. So I have had to deal with faces that were where the head was turned a little, was tilted a bit. No head is usually straight on to the camera. It can often be turned, it can be like this. And so I've cloned from the one side, but then I'm going to have to rotate that. I might have to expand part of it. I might have to paint out from it. I don't want to stretch the eye necessarily, but I might pinch it a little bit so that eye looks a little smaller. And use the clone to blank layer approach for one area at a time, as we said. Then create a new layer from what's visible, that Shift Command Option E, and move on to the next step. So now we're going to dip into some level 3 techniques. These are advanced, more intermediate to advanced. You won't be doing a lot of them, but some of these are just so powerful and have all kinds of application that they're worth focusing the time we've got left. So first one is use the history brush in multiply and screen modes to add dimension and detail. One of the most common tools that I use. Use the clone stamp and dark and light modes with outlining to maintain shapes. And like we saw before, just as good to substitute the paintbrush in dark and light mode, and then with outlining to maintain shape. So you'll see that. And then rebuild faces with mirrored cloning and the brush tool, which you've already seen a little bit of too. So let's take a little tour here of the history brush. What's nice about the history brush, unlike the paintbrush, the history brush will, in both screen and multiply mode, they're like the lighten and darken mode, only they're not comparative. So when you're in lighten mode, it's comparing the tone you're painting to the tone you're painting on, and it's lightening if it needs to be lighter. If the comparison says lighten me. Screen mode is like an absolute. It's going to lighten whatever it hits. Except for things that are totally black. Screen mode won't lighten, won't take black and make it anything other than black. And multiply won't take something that's purely white and make it any darker. So that's worth knowing. So if that's a need because a detail got blown out or shadow got blocked, then you may need to paint in a different tonality before you then use screen or multiply to change the value. So, whoops. What on earth? I shouldn't have touched that. Move over. Okay, so here's the Photoshop interface as you see up here. Let me get up and sort of point it out. So this is the history brush icon. The history brush, what's neat about that is you can paint in, if you paint in normal mode in the history brush, it will be like a backspace button. So if you use the multiply mode to add shadow to something and you decide, oh, that's too harsh on the edge, you could go to normal mode and paint right over the edge of that, and it'll back that down a little bit. So you can fine tune the shadows and the highlights you draw in by using the history brush in normal mode. So that's kind of a cool thing. So depending on which mode you put it in, this is what it looks like up top. And for what we're going to do, I generally like to work at about a 30% opacity because I'm using this to add highlight or add shadow to build depth into especially faces, but everywhere. It allows you to really increase the depth and add edge detail depending on how fine a brush stroke you're using. So they can be really powerful tools and I use them a lot. Like I said, unlike the paintbrush, it enhances what's already there. It's not adding things, it's just changing the things that are. In multiply mode, it darkens. In screen mode, it lightens. So it deepens shadows and brightens highlights. In normal mode, it restores or undoes what screen and multiply did. And this gives you the ability to go in and just modify those edges and make something look really well-rounded rather than a sharp line of shadow where you don't need it. So here we have our little lady, and she's sort of at the place where we left her, I think. And I want to show you how this works a little bit. So this is the demo video for her. And hopefully, if we need to, I can do a little stop and start on it and let you see it. Right now, things are flashing all over the place. So gone to darken mode. And I tend to change the color on the brush, but I'm not sure it matters. I'm at 30% opacity. So here I'm working on shadows. So watch what happens as I paint in 30% along the side of her face. It's a very subtle change, and I work gradually to do this because too dramatic and it's going to be too dramatic. So you can see how we're getting a little more shadow value on the screen. Is that showing up there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's harder to see it up there because of there you're seeing it. But that's the idea of what we're doing. We're trying to, in this case, she needs shadows to be deepened and some highlights to be increased. Mostly she needed shadows. And so I'm building those in. So looking under the nose. So here it's really sort of quick strokes to put sort of general deeper shadows on her. And then eventually I come back and I make the brush a bit smaller and increase the shadows in places like in the line above the eye. And so let me see if I can fast track this.
Are you doing that on the new flattened layer?
No, I'm doing it on the, so here, we probably should have gone to a closer up, but now look at it. Whoops, I gotta stop that. Here I'm on, oh yeah, I'm on multiply, not darken. Sorry, I think I said darken earlier. Darken will do nothing.
Oh, I know.
It's
I'm like,
multiply.
I see nothing.
So, but look what I'm doing here. Now, this is where retouching comes in. What I'm doing now is her eyes. I'm increasing the catch light. And did you see her glasses there? Glasses and nose.
So you're in screen mode then?
I'm in screen mode now,
Oh,
and I'm bringing out highlights in the glasses and then on the nose. And I will continue to do that in various places until I'm finished. So look at the difference when I turn it off and on. So, this one I want you to play with. So go back to your lady, back to that file. And let me bring her up in my screen. Oh, I don't have her up in here. No, let me go get her. Oh, that's right. I got rid of her because it felt like my unfortunately, I'm gonna have to start all over again with her. Okay, well, so you're gonna open or go to where you are on yours while I catch up to you. And you're going to use, primarily start by using the history brush in multiply mode at 30%. And play around with improving the shadow areas, deepening the shadow areas to add depth to this image. And as soon as I'm caught up, I'll be doing the same thing. All the flaws will still be in mind, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be working with the damaged goods here, but that's okay. So history brush, just double check your opacity. Your opacity is going to tend to stay where you ever had it the last time. By the way, shortcuts for opacity, if you hit any of the numbers across the top, 10 is 10%, 2 is 20%, and so on up the road. 0 is 100% opacity. So hit a 3 and you'll see it jumps to 30% opacity. And start playing around. And actually, I like to be a little zoomed out on things like this. Sometimes it's worth just checking to see what happens if you take a stroke of everything. It may actually help to do that. And after you've done some work in the shadows, try a little bit in the highlights.
And then it's on the screen. No, what's.
Yeah, that'll be screen mode. I'm gonna exaggerate mine a little bit here.
It's kind of like dodge and burn.
It is, it's digital dodge and burn,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
but more controlled than using a dodge tool or a burn tool. Because of the ability to then back it down with normal mode. So if one of those edges gets a little too harsh, you can come back in normal mode at 30% and just basically gradually tune it down.
So I'm getting an error on trying to use my broad history class.
Oh, that's what the peeping.
Oh, is that what that noise is?
Jim's speaking. He's speaking too, he's getting an error too.
Yeah, I'm getting a little crossed out.
Could
It's on
not
here.
use the history brush.
Well, that's just,
because-
May not be on the.
Oh, okay. So make sure you're on the right layer
Make sure-
and then go click at the bottom in history, go click the little checkbox on the left of one of those history states and it should clear it up. I'll show you. Let me do it on mine. One of those quirky things that happens in Photoshop sometimes. So open your history panel. And if you're getting that, then click right here. See where my hand pointer is in the bottom left-hand corner? Right next to the last history brush, whatever your last thing is,
It's bleeding up
Click
the screen
that.
up there.
huh?
It's bleeding up the screen up there, so
Oh.
we can't see those boxes.
Let me slide it
Can you
over.
move your?
Yep,
window
I
over?
sure will.
I got it.
There you go, okay.
That right there. See if that clears it up.
Yeah.
Oh my.
What does that checkbox do? It just,
It's just saying write to it.
okay,
And so it doesn't know where it's supposed to write, so it's telling you it doesn't have, it's not in the right state to receive your input. Yeah, that can happen at any time.
How much flow do you have on?
How many what?
Flow.
Oh, I'm full 100% flow.
I'm a 4% flow.
Yeah, I always keep that at 100% for this kind of stuff.
100%?
Yeah, flow, but the opacity is 30%.
Oh, 30.
Yeah, I want it to come out of my pen when I hit it, when I touch it. So it's okay to maybe in some place overdo it. Now I want to go to normal mode. And hopefully you'll be able to see this. Let me increase the size. So let's say if I go to normal mode and I do this, you see how it's gradually bringing that down and allowing a more graduated shadow. I mean, it's only doing it 30% at a time. So with each new stroke, it's backing that down a little bit and allowing for a smoother transition. That's one of the beauties of the history brush, that you can do that. Okay, so then once you've done that, let me show you another thing here. This is an application to retouching portraits. So we are in, let me go back to multiply mode. One of the things I do late in almost every restoration is get a history brush in multiply mode, make those eyes huge. And I will darken the edge here. Edge of the iris. And it's a pretty subtle, but it can be extremely dramatic. Okay, so compare the two eyes now just at this level. See how much sharper that left camera left eye is now? That it has that darker edge around it. Makes the eye really pop well. Then in screen mode, in screen mode, this is how you brighten the catch light. And you can go to greater than 30% if you like, but I like doing things where it's a very gradual. And then there's often on the opposite side of that catch light, a lighter zone in the eyeball. So go back to 0, bring it up a little bit. See how much better that eye looks than the other one? If you can see it. Yeah, it sort of shows. The eye seems to have that kind of clarity that makes eyes pop. So that's a way in which I use multiply multiply in screen mode with the history brush to emphasize features that nobody's going to really know I've done that unless they're people like you. Instead, they think, oh man, my eyes look great. I do that kind of thing all over the place. So now I will even sometimes in the eyeball, there's often some really neat texture in the iris that I would want to bring out with the history brush. Let me do a little of that. What?
So the history brush makes a copy.
No, it doesn't. The history brush will, once you're on an image layer and you're painting with the history brush in darken or in multiply or screen mode, it will darken in multiply mode wherever you paint. And it'll, in screen mode, it will lighten wherever you paint.
That's what I thought. I'm still having trouble.
Okay, let me come take a look. Yours might be the problem with some others encountered.
Here's
It's the brush. That's it. Okay. Put it in.
What? Because so. Down here, I can stick to
What for opacity? Yeah, the
Alright,
30%.
so you're having a problem with people.
You can also, you could change your pressure, you change the pen pressure.
Is that the flow?
If you went into brush characteristics, or transfer on and change the pen pressure. Right here, you're trying to insert pen pressure. You do that, and then depending, you turn your pencil back up. Because you see.
All right, so what is, I mean, Photoshop can be really shit. You didn't see this one. Did you want to?
That works much better.
Not 0%.
Usually that's right.
And pressure.
Put your transfer,
This happens.
Okay, where's
So that problem of it not knowing,
First,
not knowing where you want to draw or not letting you happens a lot after you stamp to create a new layer. After you duplicate or make a new layer, sometimes it won't realize, even though you've selected that layer, that that's where you want to use the tool. So just keep in mind when that happens, go to the bottom of your history panel and click on the left of the last thing down and see if that corrects it. Most of the time it has for me. All right, what was I going to do? Oh, I was going to play a little bit with not darken, but multiply mode in the eye, an extremely small brush. So you might be able to tease out I'm gonna increase this so it's a little more obvious what's going on. I don't even know if you can see that. Can you see it? What's going on in the eye?
Can you zoom in on?
Oh, you're seeing, yeah, there are like little dark lines coming in from the center. Now, you could do this, another way to do that. I'm gonna back this down. The way to do this safely, just so you want to have an option open is
I'm sorry.
to duplicate your layer and do it on the new layer. So watch, I'll do it at 100%. Look, I'm getting that now.
The error message.
Yeah, that it didn't know. So at 100%, this
Wow.
looks
It's neat.
way too dramatic. But you can see that it's doing it.
My brush said,
Shadow will feel a little more magnificent.
So watch, I could do this as well, and it's super dramatic. That shadow along the back side of it. And look how dark that is. But the nice control here is on this layer now, I can dial down that opacity to where I want that to look. Oh, it's just slowly responding. That's why. I was going to say, why is it not doing it? So I might leave this one at 40%. Because I can just barely see a little detail in the irises of that eye. Boy, it looks horrible on the screen there. Here's where the Zoom people actually have an advantage over you. They're looking at this coming straight to their screen and not having to see what that display is giving them. So, okay. How's it gone for you in trying to, so I didn't demonstrate highlights here, but I think you sort of got the idea. There's more darkening I would probably do. And certainly I would add highlights where highlights should be. We've got light coming from this side, so I want it to be a little brighter on this side of the nose. It's interesting. She's got double highlights here. This was not a well-done photograph, was it?
I know one such good.
Yeah, yeah. And it looks like shadowing is coming from multiple directions too. So it's not a great photograph. Here I might actually do a little correcting. I might diminish the shadow that is on camera left side of her nose and increase the shadowing on camera right. Add some light direction to this thing. Might make this a better looking photograph where it wasn't lighted properly to begin with. Remember, all the flaws are in this. I had to start over again with it. Let me save this so I've got it. There's a tip. Yeah.
Something I found that's interesting is you can change your brush modes, like the screen to multiply, shift option S or M, and screen to multiply, instead of trying to jump up there and hit that button.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Shift option.
Yeah, option.
Shift option or shift up, shift all S for screen and then for multiply.
Nice.
And
Everybody hear that? So that
normal.
the shortcut for changing screen and multiply mode is shift option S to go to screen, shift option M to go to multiply.
And to go to normal,
And N
for normal.
for normal. Great.
And that probably is cross-platform on all those modes. That's
I wouldn't be
real help.
surprised.
That's a real help, Jay. Thank you.
Yep, excellent. Okay, let's see where we are in low. Oh man, we're getting close to 7:30. We will not get through everything. But that's okay. I think we will have gotten through some really
We'll just have to have.
powerful stuff that applies all over the place.
We'll just have to have part two.
That would be good too. That's fine. So, I mean, this is sort of we've talked about this. I'm not going to have you do it because what you've done there is enough to give you a taste of how that works, and the history brush really is great for bringing back the realistic depth, increasing the depth in an image that has flattened out through fading. So, I mean, just look at the difference there.
There's one thing, I always like to know why in the world is that name history, bro? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, because it can go backward. Because using that normal mode allows you to back that down, I think
Okay,
is the primary reason.
I never used it for.
No other tool
I like
really
it.
does that.
I do like it.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay, so we've talked about that. Anything else you want to say about this and its application to retouching portraits? Everybody's getting tired. All right, this I want to try because again, this is something that can apply elsewhere. I don't necessarily use the clone stamp in the way that I'm about to show you as often anymore because I find the paintbrush to be a faster tool. But I do use outlining all the time. And you'll see what that's all about. So clone stamp, we've talked about this already, the light and darken mode, full opacity. In this case, would be current layer and what you're going to see, because I don't want it reading from below and contaminating the current layer with things I've moved on from. So I started with the copy of the layers below. Decide which clone stamp mode I'm going to begin in. Typically it's darken, but just depends on what the original is like. I will then use the history brush in multiply mode. Now, what I ought to say here is, so the copy of that layer that's going on top is, I think I've replaced this procedure. So nix that. What I do, I'll put a fresh blank layer on top of the image, and I will draw on that blank layer to outline any features I don't want to lose. Okay, because in cloning or even in painting in darken and lighten mode, it'd be really easy to paint over, say, the edges of a lapel. You're going to see that in the example. If you're using cloning, the same thing. If you're in lighten or darken mode and you hit something that that is lighter that you want to maintain, it's going to paint over that. You better if I show you this one. You're going to clone. You're going to use the align setting in the toolbar as needed. So watch what happens with this guy. We've seen him. He's from that larger work. And the problem of the jackets of the tape deterioration. Everything has gotten lighter in his jacket. And we want it to be pretty much the same tone as what's just below. And so clone stamp would be a great way to do it, but I've got to keep in mind that I don't want to lose the edges of his lapels. I don't want to lose the line that's sort of running down here. There might be something here that I need to preserve as well. So I just want to map out where those boundaries are so that I can bring them back if I have to, or if I need to, because I walked over them with the clone stamp. So watch what's going on here. Actually, I'm going to stop it and fast forward it so you can see it. So see what I'm doing here? So this is when I have made a copy of it and put it on top of the previous version. And I'm outlining now with the history brush in multiply mode to outline where all of those details are that I don't want to paint over. In this case, I'm doing it that way because I'm going to use a lighter tone from the jacket. So this needed to be darker. So it's using multiply to outline to sort of create where those borders were. And now I go to the clone tool, and this is what we have shown, we've talked about before. The clone tool is in darken mode. It's aligned and it is current layer only. So look, I'm sampling from right there on this jacket. Can you see where that is? There's the target. And then I start cloning. So remember, I'm lifting the brush each time, but it's going to track with me. Now, if I wanted to, I could just make it stay in the same place, not aligned. But then I'd have to be really careful to make sure that it didn't drift over somewhere else and copy what shouldn't be copied. But you can see how that works. Notice what it didn't
In touch.
cover. It didn't touch any of those dark spots that are in the jacket that need to be removed. I can remove those by shifting it to lighten mode. And then everything's going to be exactly the same tone. Or I can dial that down a little bit. But over here, what I do is I line it up to clone up that arm. Same thing over here.
Magic.
Are
Now-
are those lines that you draw and multiply?
Yes.
A different layer than the layer?
Yeah,
you're
they're on the
cloning?
same layer.
They're on the same layer.
They're on the same layer because it's darker than the source that I'm painting
Got
from.
it, okay.
So it's not going to affect it, so it leaves my outline.
Okay.
The other way to do it would be, and this is what I'm doing more often now, and I'm using the clone tool less too. I'm using the paintbrush and I'm taking that tonality and putting it everywhere. And I have an outline on a blank layer above it that allows me to see where to paint that back in if I
Right.
want to. For now, I'm just letting it remain
That's fine.
as it's dark. And so then I'm going to be switching to a lighten mode, which I just did. So you see all kinds of clone tracks. That's what happens in cloning when you get clone tracks. You've got things that don't get
Yeah.
eliminated. Well, I don't worry too much about those. I'm going through and I'm lightening, and overall it's gotten better. I know that one of the steps I'm going to take later on is going to smooth all of those together. And then I'm going to shadow them. I'm going to add some texture and depth to them. And so those clone tracks are going to be gone by the things I'm going to do later on. But you can see how quickly you can replicate tone from one area to another. If I've got anything else.
And if you wanted to lighten it, what move is
So I
it?
do it there. So you go to lighten mode.
Lighten move.
And so there it's going to compare the source with the destination, and it's going to lighten where that destination is darker than the source.
For taking care of those clone tracks, is that a global thing or do you have to go back into each guy's jacket and deal with it?
I have to go back to each
Okay.
guy's jacket. Now, there's another approach I've taken. I don't know that I've got it in this program, but that tape has a pretty much, it's a constant how light everything got across that tape on the dark jackets. In most places, there are a couple of places where there was an exception, but since that's the case, there's another adjustment layer I could use to really quickly paint in and bring the tonality up wherever it was taped. Should I show you that? That one's that's one I'm not sure you use much, so let's not. So let's see, I want you to give this a crack. So try doing what I just did. Use the file 3B, practice and apply. And I want you to try, I didn't even show you this one. All right, so yeah, we'll need to talk this one out. So practice and apply, open 3B, practice and apply, and we're gonna, let me show you what, because here's one of those alternatives, the align and not align, where that comes in. 3B, practice and apply. Okay, so get that open. Don't do anything but make a copy of the layer.
Can we use the one that we already had open?
Yeah, if you already have it open, feel free. In fact, I probably should have, but it's a different.
It's in the outline and clone folder.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, if you've got this one open from the 1A practice, you can use that. Sure.
Heck, why do I have? Oh,
I mean, we hadn't done much with that when we had just done the 3-layer adjustment on it. So I'm just going to make a copy of that and go from there. Does everybody have one that is available?
yeah, sure.
So what we are going to do here is rebuild this siding from this little section here or this section. Now, one thing that might make this easier is to go in and just, actually there's texture to that siding that I don't necessarily want to mess up. So I could do this. Forgive me for thinking out loud, but I'm going to sample one tone that is not fully dark. I want to lower the values of these super dark places. And just giving that a little
With
bit
that,
of a,
with the paintbrush,
yep, paintbrush in lighten mode. And what I'm doing is just removing those darker spots because I do want some of that texture to remain. Because there's green in that siding. And so, okay, now I've done that. That's been cleaned up a little bit. Not perfect, but that's a good start. Because here we get the clone stamp tool. We're in normal mode this time. We're going to turn off alignment. We're going to make it current layer only. Okay, so make those settings for yourself. And now I want you to watch what I'm doing. Actually, let me see, do I want? Let's go to lighten mode. I think lighten will. All right, so I've turned off alignment. So you remember what happens. It will track with the source point until I lift the brush. When I lift the brush, it's going to go back to the original source point, which matters here because we have here a definite point. There's a line here that we want to replicate that line everywhere at the same interval. So I'm going to grab my source point here. And I'm going to go up to the suitable source point up there. We need a bigger brush. Oh, I still have mirroring on. That becomes apparent pretty fast, doesn't it?
Mhm.
Now, one thing I'm noticing already and it's probably because of the mirroring thing. Let's back that out. If that continues to happen, what I'm going to do is do this to a new layer. And that's better. Now, so I want to be careful. I don't want to cross over into his head, right? Because then it's gonna no longer be what I want to copy. Now, I pick up the point, pick up my brush.
with the clone stamp that way.
It's still in clone stamp, but look, that point is floating and it's gonna
yeah.
drop wherever I put it down. So I want to put it down like, let's say right here. But it's going to draw from that same area that it did before. Now, the nice thing is, I put it down here. I can go a whole lot farther because I've already expanded my area. See all the newsprint in there? I'd love to know what that was that got stuck all over the face of this thing. So see, here's where using with alignment turned off allows you to rebuild from a smaller area to a larger and larger area. So I do the same thing coming down to here. Maybe I'd set a new source point because I know I'm going to be going down. So let's set this as a source point, come down to here. So hard to get it. I'm better on my trackball finding the exact place. Now, we got to be careful around his face because it'll lighten his face in ways that we don't want. Pretty cool, huh? So there we have, so I used that function to rebuild that whole siding wall behind those men.
What is the function?
The function of using the clone stamp with alignment turned off. So you can take from a small area and expand it to a much larger area by cloning multiple times, because it keeps going back to the same starting point. And since the siding has a definite repeating pattern, that works great. It only works in this kind of a situation. Sometimes it works by mirroring. Now, if those lines had gone askew, I would have done that to a new blank layer so that I could then shift it or even change the skew of it so that it looked right. Because then when I clone to a new layer, new blank layer, I can control that patch, as it were. So are you trying it?
Yeah.
How's it working for you?
Okay.
I guess.
Couple of heads keep popping up.
Yeah. So do it in very short little strokes.
Yeah.
That way you can back out. If the head pops up somewhere, you can back out and or remove the head and you'll want to or just do it again over that same
Yeah.
repainted head and it'll disappear.
Can't do it there, there's a face there behind the face.
Anybody bumping into issues, need help with anything? Anybody totally worn out?
Yeah.
Thank you for your honesty.
But it's a good one.
Your candor defines you.
It's a good one. Good. This is my,
So now hopefully you see where it pays off that you can turn off alignment and where it's important to keep it.
oh, that's a cake. We don't.
All right.
Just out of curiosity, Chris.
Yeah.
The guy on the far left who's completely obliterated. Did you use a picture of your grandfather or something?
No,
That guy's
fortunately,
face?
there was another photograph in the family that I think was a copy of a copy of a copy. It
Yeah,
was really blurry, but he had a face.
all right, something to work with.
I started to work with that and thought, because I wanted help for him and the guy next to him, because that guy's missing half a head.
Yeah. that's what I was thinking.
But I soon learned that I actually used it on the guy whose face we worked on because I didn't like much of what was there for him either.
Yeah,
But I soon learned that the photo I had as a reference was not exactly the same photo. So it must have been taken before or after this one, when somebody turned their head a little bit. It was like, oh, wait a minute, that's not the same. But I had enough in that guy's head to be able to make him a head. I tried it multiple ways. I tried taking the head from that one photo and putting it in, didn't like it. Tried straight out drawing it and ended up doing a bit of a combination of both. And then, of course, the color and tone adjustment layers had to go back on top of that because that other picture was sort of yellow looking. And so it's obvious that head doesn't belong there because it's a different color. So as soon as I put that hue saturation on it, his head immediately blended in. It was like, okay, that works. Now, when I put that in competition, I put a blow up, an arrow pointing to that man without a head and put a circle around it in the place I drew the information from. So they could not miss that some work had to go into getting this head back. Okay. We haven't done a lot with that, so we don't need to. All right, so here's where I want to let you have a little more of a shot at rebuilding faces with mirrored cloning and brush. And the face you're going to work on, well, let me,
The guy on the tape.
guy on the left with a half a face.
With the what?
Wait a minute. No. I guess I have you doing this one, but I'd like you to try the guy on the left, even though I say here the guy whose face is straight at the camera. That's the one I demonstrated, but I'd like you to take a crack at that one where his head is turned a little bit to find out what happens and to give you a sense of what you might do about it. So you're going to use mirrored cloning to copy the good side of the face to a reflection on the opposite side on a blank layer above. Really important that you do it on a blank layer, because if you don't, then you are locked in and whatever you clone is there and stuck. So putting it on a layer above gives you the ability to modify it or even delete it if it didn't work out. So you make modifications to the cloned layer to make it realistic, including painting in color or tone with the brush tool or shading with the history brush. So this is a sort of, let's try a couple of things at once kind of effort. You can see here So there's the brush. You've already seen that. I've shown that to you with lighten and darken mode. I want you to see the guy on the left. I'll show you what, I think I did this one. This is my demo of this guy. By the way, that guy is my wife's great grandfather. The seated guy is her great great grandfather.
That's pretty cool.
I'm not going to demo that because we've already done, but here was the, I'll let you see this one. This was my earlier effort at it. I'm going to just fast track it. So see, I'm using it down on his neck, I'm using it on his chin, some on the cheek.
You're doing that with the what?
With the mirrored cloning tool.
Okay.
Up on his head, I did some of it. There's actually brushing or painting with the paintbrush. Actually, no. That's still the clone tool. Now I went to brush that, and then history brush is lightening some things. This is sort of a mix and match kind of thing. So look at what's going on. Just watch the development of this. Here I am in the paintbrush and lighten mode. And there I went to history brush in multiply mode to put that shadow up the side of his head, his forehead.
Did you get it? Did you show it on the window, the clone sources?
So I'm using the paintbrush here as well, painting in skin tones.
Clone source.
And here I actually sampled the color or changed the tone a little bit.
Oh, that top one, go down, go down, go down. Right,
Okay, so that's sort of a,
right down,
that's
right
the
there.
quick
Yeah.
view of
And just like it-
combining those tools to sort of make progress on the face.
The same mirror, but I guess it's not the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Determine when to use the history brush and when to use the regular
The
brush.
history brush only works on tones that you want there. So you want to get the basic tonality there first by painting it in or by cloning it in. And then once you've got it, you realize, okay, this is a flat face. I need to shape it. That's where the history brush comes in. It can add shadow and make it deeper, or it can add highlight, like in the bridge of the nose, to bring it up. And that's sort of the way I proceed. And we haven't even talked here about getting the detail back and getting it really sharp. That we probably won't have time for that at this point. But these are all such important things to get to while you're working that don't feel bad if you haven't gotten to it. So let's let you try a practice. Let me see which one that was. Oh, let's use this one. I showed you that one. You don't have to try it, but I want you to open 3C Apply and use what we've done so far, the adjustment layers, and then move to using the clone stamp tool in mirror mode to repair things that are mirrored in this image. And decide on which mode, darken or lighten, should be used in each case. This one's going to take you a little while, so we'll take our time on this one. Okay, so yeah, there'll be, I'm gonna go ahead and bring that up on my screen and start doing some cloning so we can talk while I work and you can ask questions like, show me that again, or what did you do there? Would that help people? Because this one is much more complex than what we've done so
It
far.
definitely will on the Zoom.
Okay,
Kind of a tour of the screen and
yeah, yeah.
You can cycle through your open images.
All right.
Here. Okay. I
And
recently.
then there's 3C Apply.
There's a big, you put it. 2.4 by 3.4. Say, thank you.
Oh, I don't do it there. I do the control.
Oh. That's okay. It's a print.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah,
pretty.
here,
Okay,
here,
yeah.
Here, let me get this,
Right, yeah, that's what I do.
There's the-
Yeah.
get this a little bigger.
At 300. You say use 12. But if you
Uh,
print that.
Let's see. All right. So I'm going to make the copy of the layer. So anybody who's wanting to see the steps and have me sort of point things out, I'm going to go slowly with this. so that you sort of, get the lay of the land. So you go to the clone tool, we're on that top layer. There are decisions to be made about what mode to do the clone in. So decide based on what you're looking at, what you need. So this needs to be darkened, right? This needs to be lightened. And so I'm going to try the clone tool, clone stamp tool in mirrored mode in both of those cases. Let's start with the eye. Now I'm gonna, in this case, I'm gonna create a new blank layer and do it to a new layer. So let me increase the size here so you can see what's going on. The great source point here is the center of the camera right eye. And so that's probably where I'm going to work from first.
Center of the eye.
Center of the eye, like right there. So I'm going to make that the target for the source point. Then I'm going to come over here to this other source point. I mean, because I'm in lighten mode, it's not going to do that. Tell you what, let's get into normal mode. If I'm working on the same layer, I limit my options if I work on the same layer. So what I'm going to do is just stay in normal mode and let it paint what's on that other side. All right, why are you not?
You're on the blank layer.
Yeah, current and below.
Oh, current below, thank you. That was my next question. Okay, so see that, it's not perfect, but boy, is it a whole lot better. Now for this is a little trickier because it crosses that middle line. It'd be great for, and this is a lighter side because of light direction. So for this one, what might work better for me is to use the paintbrush in lighten mode to deal with that. So I'm going to take this and create new from everything below. So I now have a working layer on the top, and I'm going to go to the paintbrush in lighten mode, and I'm going to keep it full opacity, and I'm going to sample some tones. So in this one, I've sampled on the lip. I'm going to paint over that. Here, very similar to that on the nose. That tonality might work well for here, and I'm sort of happy with that. Probably do a little here. All right, now down here, I'm going to sample something slightly darker, I think, but in lighten mode, it still should bring some of this down. Nope, it didn't. So I need to grab this right here and paint that. Remember, at any time, I can then click on the layer of you see what I'm doing? I'm taking parallel, I'm trying to find the tonality that matches it going across the lip. And I'm painting from there. In this case, this is probably this is probably going to be better than what I have. Yep. So see how that's gradually improving? Probably need to take that tone, put here. Tone for here. See how that's starting to shape up a little bit? This tone here. Now, it's also, now that we are clearly over here where there's a darker area, we could use the cloning, but I'm still happier with the kind of control I've got using the paintbrush in lighten and darken mode, because it gets me a lot closer to what I need. Whoops, wrong thing. Here this should be simple to eliminate. That might even be a spot healing brush kind of thing. Now what we were talking about before with, you can even use the paintbrush here to paint out spots. And then in large areas, you could take a tonality and paint that whole area to get rid of all that damage. Now here I need to go to darken mode for up on the forehead where we've got these these lighter areas. I'm going to take that tonality and sort of paint it here. Maybe paint it here. Here. My goal here isn't to end up with something flat around. And notice, look what's happening. I'm in darken mode, but I can do it right up against that hair because the hair is already darker than my source. And then the tonality I'm painting. Okay. That would be taken out by lighten mode. Now, I haven't done any of those adjustment layers, but there's a lot there that we'll bring out when we just do the color and tone adjustments. 806. Questions at this point from where we are?
So Chris, did you have to do anything to get that clone source to show up? Was that a window you opened, the panel you?
Clone source is a panel, one of the panels that we ask everybody to open and put on their workspace.
Can you show that quickly one more
Yep,
time?
sure. So the clone source panel is this panel right here. And the two settings, actually, we've only used the horizontal mirroring. That's this setting right here. If you wanted it to mirror vertically, you would click on this one.
If you can't find it, you need to go to the window and activate it.
Yes, you go up under window and clone source. If there's a check next to it, it's open already somewhere. If it's not, then you would select it and it would put a check mark there and it would open that. And just set them up the way you like them, where you're comfortable with the layout being. I'm just used to this, so this is how I work. Okay. Lots of people working hard. Questions, problems? You go back and see where we are on. Okay, let's see where we are here.
1 hour. To do.
Think you can make it?
Yeah.
So here's that there's that line down the center showing here's where things mirror. And sometimes the clone stamp and mirror will work. Sometimes using some other tools might be a little simpler and easier and end up with less grief. So as you were working, which of those did you use? Mirrored, straight cloning, brushing, darken and lighten modes?
All of the above.
All of the above, did you? Okay. Yeah, it's a comfort level too. Some things you feel comfortable doing and others you just haven't quite, that's not your style. I've just more and more come to where that brush in that paintbrush in dark and lighten mode is super valuable.
Chris, I have
Yeah.
a question. When you're finished, you put the finishing touches on these things. A lot of times, what we're doing is flat, and of course, as photographers taking portraits, you don't want flat lighting. But I mean, you're working with a flat image. You try to accomplish shadows in there and a preservation, or do you just try to restore it like it was?
I try to get it as close to what it was as I can, and that means it can't remain flat. I'm going to have to put depth of shadow in the face.
Even if that was discernible in the original image, still trying to make it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because chances are, I mean, the original photo
It was probably there.
was probably better than it is now because it's lost all of its shadowing. It's gone closer to white. Where did I put down my white coffee mug? Anybody see it floating around somewhere? Grab it before we move on. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I almost did it. My foot caught that. It was my keyboard, so no harm, no foul, it's me. So, and then let me remind you that you can also mask things in and out. So if you clone something from one side to the other onto a blank layer, you can put a mask on that and either paint it in or paint it out. So if the eyeball is the only thing I wanted out of that clone job, I could have put a mask on it and painted around it with a black brush on the mask to remove everything but the eyeball, or I could invert the mask, turn the mask into a black mask and use a white brush just to paint in the eyeball. That's a little harder to do because you can't see it when you're painting. But that's what you're looking at here, a mirrored clone with masking in the eyeball in that case. So when you did your cloning, did you do any reshaping from the cloning? Did you work to any flat layers, new blank layers, and try to? So were you able to modify after you made that clone? Did you then rotate it or shrink it or
Shifted her whole eye socket down to line it up.
Mhm.
But then I realized that the spectral highlights in her eyeballs were going that way.
So what could you
Because of
do?
mirroring. So I just selected the actual eyeball, copied it, pasted it, flipped it horizontally, and then the rest are going the same way.
No, huh? You could do that with the clone tool as well. Put it in lighten mode and clone from one side of that eyeball to the other. Or just remove the catch light altogether and put a new one in.
But I did notice that one side of as I'm looking at it, the left side of her eye is darker than the right side, because the light's coming from the right side.
Mhm.
Which is why, so flip the eyeball. I thought about just moving the highlight, and then I realized that there were still
The whole
dark
thing
sides
shows
weren't
that.
symmetrical.
So what might you do?
So I copied and pasted the eyeball and flipped it
Oh,
horizontally.
okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
just the iris, not the
Just the iris.
socket or the
Okay.
white iris.
Gotcha.
Flip.
Yeah. Cool, cool. That's where history brush also in screen or multiply mode can reduce shadow or increase shadow to make them, if it's say the eyelids that look like, okay, we got light coming from two different directions for each eye, then you could tweak it with that. Did anybody mask out things they didn't need? Probably not on this particular one. Okay. So we did that one. So how far have you gotten her? Are you to the point with her where you could do the adjustment layers and then create a new copy from all below and try adding shadow and highlight to her face? Why don't you give that a crack? See how it goes. I'll do the same on mine while you're doing it so that anybody who's not really sure what I just said can see what I mean. I'm not going to fix everything before I do that because that just would take too much time. I'm just going to go ahead and add our adjustment group and see what that does to this image. Properties panel. If you've got a clone source in the same group as the properties panel, you just have to click on properties and it brings it back. So, what channel? Look how far I have to go before anything shows up in the red channel. Okay. Highlights. Yeah, this one was all midtones. much. Need to leave the detail in those shadows down there on her jacket. Now the blue. Reminder, I'm holding down the Option key so I can see where shadows start to block. Same thing on the highlight end, and then could also decide to play with that a little bit. The mid-tone doesn't seem to make a whole lot of it. Would help if I grab it. Yeah, we'll see. Sometimes that might be a helpful option. I like any of them, but so we'll go with that. All right. Now the hue set layer, and here in the properties panel, we start by clicking colorize. We drag to create the hue we want. I'm gonna stick with our sepia, drag this down so it's not very intense. Let's see what the lightness does. No, don't like that. Leave it pretty much where it was. And then a curves layer, start with auto, see if we like that. It didn't really do anything. I don't think I need to do too much. It's clear now that what this brought out doing those 3 adjustment layers was that the face still, there wasn't enough there. We're gonna have to paint in shadow and highlights, and that's where our next little assignment is. So create a new new layer from everything below. At this point, I'd say bring it up. Zoom in on it. Yeah, this gal needs a lot of work. So, history brush, multiply mode. Brushes. Yeah, I don't think a one pixel brush is going to have anything. So, do some broader things. Actually, I'm in 100%. That may not be the best way to go. I'm going to back down to 30%. And I'm going to actually go over her entire face and do a little darkening here. And then try enhancing some of those shadows from there. Hopefully you are playing along. And here the chin's going to probably need your shadowing. And just sort of broad brush strokes here and gentle, one little push at a time. Start to make some progress on her. Again, all those imperfections are being exaggerated by the history brush, and I wouldn't do this until I had everything cleaned up and smoothed out.
Is that a history brush?
This is the history brush, right? And I'm trying to exaggerate a little bit here so you can sort of see what's happening. Now down here in the places that are really dark, I'm going to make that history brush really small and try to bring some things in here. So right along that mouth line, for instance. With the lips move. Probably a little more here. Needs to be more shading under here. A little more around that nose. And let's try highlights. So we're going to go to screen mode. And here we're going to just touch in some highlights. Again, this is a bit more exaggerated probably than I would do. but I need to do it in sort of small chunks and just make progress. And we're getting there, a little bit at a time. Unfortunately, because of what hasn't been done on this, it could use a little more correction to give it there. All right. We sort of, I think, get the idea of man, that display doesn't show anything. Have you picked up anything back there while I was doing this, or is it just too contrasty to show subtle?
I see a difference.
Yeah, you can see.
I can see where there's dimension now.
There's a whole lot farther I go with this because it still is a long way from having shadows of the value they should be. Parts of her eyes need to be a whole lot darker. Pupils. All right. Okay, so that's sort of the process of using multiplying screen mode for the history brush to start to build depth back in to an image. See where we are in terms of our sequence here. There's something else that's important for me to get to. So here's one perspective, but her jaw's a little too square there. You can see it's real easy to start to get off on it, but you can see a little bit of where you're headed with it. All right, now let me just sort of talk through a little of this before we finish. So once I've put all of these tonalities in, I use a mixer brush to then smooth things out and make them blend a whole lot better. I then also add layers of noise to build texture and a real feel back into skin, clothing, backgrounds, and just sort of I'm going by taste when I do that, and I keep in mind several things. Sometimes I'll create a pretty strong grainy texture where light and shadow meet, where highlight and shadow meet, and I'll mask it in. So I'll put a mask on it, invert the mask, and just paint along that shadow highlight edge so that it makes it kind of grainy there where we would see more texture right at the edge of the shadow. Don't know that I have a demo of that, but I can certainly do that. One of the last things I do is enhance the sharpness using a high pass filter on an overlay layer. I think I can show you that a little bit. So let me show you a little bit with the mixer brush. You've got the PS mixer brush that we added in. I think I called it CP Smoother.
Yeah.
It's a very basic thing. I mean, you can probably find better mixer brushes out there in brush packages that will work well. But the basic idea of the mixer brush is twofold. The paint, what is that? Yeah, mixer brush. It can be a blender or it can be a painter. When it's a blender, it doesn't add any color, doesn't add any new data. It simply blends what you rub it across. Okay, I'm not really using it for anything other than that in my restoration work. There are some other things I've tried, especially in the background. I'll use some of the mixer brushes that lay down color and tones when I want to move fast. But this smoother thing is just a blender. It's better than blur. The blur tool smudges stuff. This blends it. So let me see if I can show you that. So there's the mixer brush icon. And I've got a little footnote on that there. We're not going to take a lot of time to explore that one because it just takes too much time, and it's rather complex. That's part of why I don't use all of it. The master of this aspect of digital art is Michelle Parsley, if you know who she is. She runs a whole program for people who want to do digital art, especially digital portrait art, working off of original photographs. She uses extensive mixer brushes, and the link there is elevateyourart.com if you want to do it. It's at least a $30 a month enrollment. So you got to be willing to make sure you're going to work for the months you're paying.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'll show you.
With this, and I'll show it to you in a minute, a couple of keys to using a mixer brush. What keeps it from being like the blur tool, smudging things, is technique. So you use light, short strokes, and you don't scrub with it. Because if you scrub with it, you might as well be using the blur tool, which will just mush everything. So I use lots of short strokes and follow the contours of a face when I'm blending skin in a face. And I vary the brush size according to the area that I'm working. So that is a real difficult, or not difficult, it's an important technique. And if you look at this guy's face on screen here, you remember seeing him earlier. I mean, he's got a lot there that I could try to clean up, but if I mix it, it might be good enough because most of those particles are so small that when I blend them, they're going to become they're going to add their value to the skin itself. And so I don't want to remove them really because they're not all that bad. And I've gotten pretty comfortable with the mixer brush in that I can take these and blend them in and make them look good, rather than try to remove them altogether. I have a video of this. Oh, yeah. So you're going to watch this. This is the blender brush working, the skin blender, basically. And notice it's very subtly blending. And that's the other thing about this brush. Its settings are such that it is not dramatically changing things. It's through multiple strokes that things get blended. And so as you watch this go, you'll see, actually, I'm going to stop the running and sort of fast forward so you can see it a little more dramatically. And in some ways, he's going to look like his face is soft because a lot of the things that were harsh and problematic have been smoothed into the wider area of skin. I don't know if you're even able to see that, but if you think of where that skin was when we started and where it ended up, we don't see any of that sort of blotchy spot stuff that was all over his face once we're done doing it. And yet we've maintained the contours and even strengthened those contours by following them with the brush. So yeah, let's let you give it a try. Open 4A practice. I'm going to demonstrate and let you sort of try your hand at it while I do that. 4A practice. Got a video of that. Find it. This might be the last thing we do today. Because the other things are pretty straightforward. Oh, not that one. Yeah, 4A. Go 4A apply. I think with practice. Wait a minute. You've got her open.
Yeah.
Let's use her. Yeah, use her. I'll go back to the one I have open too, even though I didn't do those other things, and see what we. There she is. Okay, make her larger. So look at all that graininess there. That might be good. It might not be good. But if I go to my brushes and I pick, let's see if I can find my CP smoother. I actually use one of Michelle's brushes. It's a skin smoother because I was in her program for a while. Where's my CP? Oh, I heard that. Here's CP smoother.
What the name?
Okay. Whoops, that grabbed the wrong one. There it is. Okay, so you'll see once you click that, it goes to this kind of a brush pattern. And it has selected the mixer brush. And you can see the settings for that up there. For now, don't even worry with that. Don't mess with them. They're set rather low. This wetness is what makes it only do a little bit at a time. And watch what happens as I do.
So what is the what? Seven?
It opens that way. Those settings are set on.
Oh, okay.
So watch, I'm putting down and picking up the brush every stroke. Can you see how it's gradually evening out those spots? And if I get to a place where it's too narrow to keep it that open, I don't want to do that to the rims, the glasses rims. Are you able to see that at all? I mean, it just becomes ever so slowly, it blends all those little specks into a smoother skin. Now, I will typically over smooth them because I know I'm going to add skin texture to them later. Are you trying it? How's it going? Make it bigger here. Bigger it is, the more dramatic its effect will be as well. Go up to the forehead because there it might be more dramatic because I can make it bigger. You can even see that those big spots are getting blended in some.
I'm sorry, CP smoother. Did you, I didn't know you would start it. I don't know how to do it. Do you have that? Did you get it?
Make it a little smaller to come down that shadow line.
Okay. Okay, so for your brushes. Go to the. Then.
When you back down on this, even if you don't get it perfectly smooth, it looks a whole lot better overall now that it's a more uniform look to the skin. And yet it still has a little bit of texture in it because the blending did not remove all of that variation. It just started to merge it all as I worked. So that is definitely one of the most important things that I do. I'll use another mixer brush that has a much higher wet load on it that'll really sort of smear a little bit. And I use that in places where there might be dark lines that I want to carry over and sort of make look a little more uniform and smooth. But we don't need to get into that. So is everybody trying it and is it working for you? I'm gonna over smooth her so I can show you noise levels using noise to.
I'll go back to the foot brushes. Go back to the brushes and
I'm just gonna do it to the forehead here. I'm overdoing the smoothing because I want you to see what noise can do.
Everyone firmly change that? Or does she drop yours?
Oh, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm even gonna do what I told you not to do. I'm gonna smush it. Still not doing a lot of smushing. That's okay. You might experiment. If you're gonna keep using this brush, you might want to bump up the wetness a little bit.
And then just find.
And even play with the mix and flow and see if you get an effect you like. If you don't resave that as a new brush, it will always go back to the original settings when you reselect that brush. Okay, here it is, nice and smooth, maybe too smooth. Actually, I don't think it's too smooth, but let me show you what I do later in the process to add texture back in. I'm gonna copy this layer. Okay. Control J if you're on a PC. And I'm going to go to filter, noise, add noise. Now, take a look at, you can try Gaussian, you can try uniform. Uniform can be kind of fun. In a way, I like the look of that on her skin better than Gaussian. Because see, look, that's throwing a lot of extra color in there, and color is going to happen with noise. That's what noise does. And then you play with the amount. I mean, obviously, it goes south pretty fast. But let's say we overdo it. By the way, we don't have to worry about this color because what can we do to eliminate all that color?
Saturation.
Use saturation colorize. All right, let's put a lot of grain here. I'm gonna make her a little smaller. Seeing at that level, the grain doesn't look horrible. But if you zoom in a little bit, it becomes more noticeable and might be too ugly. I'm gonna leave it ugly. Because I've done this on a new layer, I could change, oh, that opacity is already at 40%. That means that layer I was working on, that's why I wasn't seeing much change. I have my opacity way down.
Wow.
No wonder. You probably had better results than I did. And even look at the opacity. That's all. You won't hurt me too much. So notice what happens is you adjust the opacity, it's going to dial down the noise. Let's say we still don't like it very much, and I'm at 25%, but that's because I started with an image that was only 40%. But you can see how that works. Now, I don't want that noise everywhere, right? So let me leave it dramatic. And here's what you can do. Get back down to, now let's leave it there. I'm going to put a mask on here. With a straight mask, I'd have to paint out the noise. In this case, I want to paint it in. So I'm going to do Command or Control I and invert the mask. Command I or Control I, depending on your system. So now we don't see anything where that noise was. I'm going to get a paintbrush in normal mode at 100%, because on the mask, you use normal mode. And foreground color is white, so that'll work. And I will paint that in. And I'm going to be careful not to paint on the glasses or in her hair. So I'm going to keep it rather large. I don't mind having grain in many of the other places. And I'm not going to do everything here because it's real slow in implementing what I'm doing. Again, we're at 48%. I think probably what I'd end up doing is backing off on this one and going back to the 100% opacity and redo my smoothing and redo my noise, because it's not doing everything I want it to do. But it is putting in noise where I'm going to need some texture. And then probably we would back that layer opacity down so that it's not quite so noisy. Just to where we're starting to get a little bit of texture in her face. And so by using masking, we are bringing some texture into the skin and allowing things that don't need the same texture to. Now, it wouldn't hurt to put it in the blouse because that's material that's got texture. I'm not going to try to get it right everywhere. I'm just going to do some of it. Right, let me Command J this layer. Actually, let me do that. I'm going to do the copy off and below because that'll give me a 100% layer. And now what we're going to do, I'm going to show you another thing that I tend to do fairly late in the process that can just add the right amount of pop to the image, and that's a high pass sharpen filter. Let's see here. I'm going to make another copy of this layer because what happens when I run this filter, it's going to turn this into something very different. So I go to filter, other, high pass. And now look at what it's doing. What it's doing there is emphasizing the shadow light borders. It's putting basically a luminance mask on top of this. And once you do that, I like this rather low setting. If I didn't like it, I'd back it out and maybe change it again, but I need to see what it actually looks like. So this mask or this layer needs to be put in overlay or soft light. So try each of these different. Now, if I had done everything I needed to do on this, this would look far better. You can't even tell later on that this is this has been done. You can also on this one. So let me do it this way. I'm going to put a mask on that, invert it, and I'm going to paint it in on the glasses. Oops. So you can see what happens in the glasses. Got the white, got it. Okay. What it does in her eyes. Now, I haven't done anything with those eyes over there, but they're ever so subtle, a sharpening going on wherever this gets painted in. And it can be the final piece to a really polished restoration.
Which mode did you say you did it in?
I put it in overlay mode. Sometimes soft light mode is better. It's a little more subtle. I might do it on the edges of the eyes. I might come down, might come down and do it on the lips. Might do it here on the nose. Any place where there's a sort of sharp juncture, this can really enhance the overall look. I'm not sure it's showing up much here, but in the end, most of my finished restorations that do well, I've done this at the very end, and it's subtle, but it's significant in the look. Okay, I think that's all we're going to teach and learn. Let me see where sort of some closing pieces here. So I had this down here. There it is. Basically, a radius somewhere between 1.5 and 3 pixels, I find works on that high pass sharpen filter. And again, the noise, season to taste, use opacity to get it where you want it to be. So some final thoughts. Let me go back to play so you can see it better. Look at that original on the left. I have not tried my hand at that one yet because I'm not sure it's doable.
What is it?
Yeah.
It is a woman's in a an old suit standing
Oh, I see.
somewhere. But this is one of the worst originals. At some point, you have to say, it's not worth it. I can't bring this one back. But, you know, maybe someday I'll say, I can do that. I look forward to that day. I've got a couple of restorations that I've done 3 or 4 times because I was unhappy with how they were done earlier, didn't have the technique to do it well. Got one in particular that I've done 4 times that I'm still not happy with, that I need to go back to because it's been about 1.5 years. And I've learned enough in 1.5 years to maybe I do something better with it than I ever did before. So there's more in this in getting to the finished restoration, and we haven't even dealt with restoring color. Some things to remember. Work in progressive layers, building on duplicate copies of what's below. For you, if you've not done this much, start with projects that require level or tier 1 work. Get comfortable with those techniques and build that sort of sense of here are the starting points. And then move toward that tier 2, where maybe a combination of using the spot healing brush and the paintbrush in dark and lighten mode to correct errors. Maybe a little bit of cleaning thrown in, but start with things that aren't too difficult that will allow you to get comfortable with some of these early on tools. Always keep one out of reach though, on your desk, you know, figuratively on your desk, in the back of your mind. Because for me, having that kind of a project that's beyond me is what lets my right brain get to work when I'm asleep. And I'd say at least 3 times, the answer to the question I had came to me while I was asleep. You know, it's amazing how the brain does that. So here was this lady when I did my restoration of her. The original and then the final. Here the high pass sharpen filter is doing its work. It's on there. It's bringing real clarity to those eyes and those glasses, and even her blouse to some extent. So final questions.
Is that you?
Yep,
I see it.
that'd be me,
You look the same.
and that'd be my sister, 4 years older than me.
Oh.
Don't you love our clothes?
Do you have a crop top on?
Look at that. Look at those shorts hiked up around the belly, you know? Yeah, that's somewhere in the 50s. I think I'm probably about 4 or 5 years old then. So that would be about 1956, 57, somewhere in there. So thank you so much for the privilege of working with you today. And if you have questions in the future, please feel free to email me at that address. Or friend me on Facebook and message me and help in whatever way I can. Any lingering questions from what we've done? Then we're done.